Welcome to what will almost certainly be the last sitting that we have with 7MMC, the 7th Mario Maker Celebration. This is the second part of our coverage of Week 6, and you can find all the level codes, extended descriptions, as well as the animated trailer, including this week the end credit sequence, at the website that is linked by the bot in the chat. So, in our previous sitting with this set 2 days ago, we finished the first 5 levels. So far, we've been 100% on the secret balloons that are discoverable in every level thus far. And we'll hope to continue that today with level number 6 in the set, which is Legend of Zelda Kilamari Temple by Aegis Cook, who has been on a bit of a Zelda dungeon kick lately, having polished off and recently re-uploaded a couple of dungeons at once in the lead up to this latest creation, which looks like it is at least partly, if not fully, underwater. So, we'll take a look at this. One other note is that after we have finished levels 6 through 9 in this week's set, there is an additional package of multiplayer levels that do require 4 players each, and hopefully at that point we'll have a lively enough audience with the game open that we're able to queue people in and run a decent session. If not, we'll just have to finish that some other time. So, Oily Olive, welcome. So, without further ado, we're going to get through the 4 remaining single-player levels, and then we're going to open up the multiplayer lobby, and I'll have certain instructions pertaining to that once we get there. For now, though, let's root out the intruders that have contaminated the waterworks. The lengthy description on the website says, "Don't forget to use your map and look at the hint panel." Interesting. We'll see how that goes. And Mario, welcome as well. Okay, well, this is a very ominous entrance, and we are also bumping straight up against the ceiling, as you can see here, so we're kind of locked into what may be the upper half, if I'm not mistaken. I guess it would have to be, unless there are blocks off screen, but anyway, we're going to enter. We'll worry about camera tech and this overall layout later, but you notice that we couldn't swim up above the ceiling? Knocking at the blueprint does what? Absolutely nothing. However, I think there's probably, there's definitely some camera locking that is involved here. I'm actually trying to deflect the sword into this here because I want to see, I mean, obviously the thing to do here is to teleport between blue and red by just diving in directly. But I want to see if I can actually do something tricky here with the sword. Unfortunately, it seems not. I think I'd just straight up lose the sword if I try that. Oh no, it's here. We always try this kind of nonsense just to see if I can do it. There we go. In we go. And I wonder if it goes anywhere, or yeah, it does. That does absolutely nothing whatsoever, but it does confirm for me what the tech is. It is going to be some kind of conveyor and twister-based warp. Very similar, in fact, to a level that Green Star created for 5 and 6YMM, if I recall correctly. Notice, too, that you're able to knock these out of position. It's probably not a very good idea to do so, although they just remain in a single vertical column, so it's not like we're going to be moving them anytime soon. We can, however, drop in to perhaps head bump the one on the other side. So we'll get there in just a moment. Also, since we had come through this door, well, let's take a look. We can probably also totally not do any kind of ground stomp. Oh, I see. There's a map here. Now, what if you came back out here? Yeah, it looks like we actually need to do some kind of on-off switching, especially if you look at the on-off switch that is marked on the right side. I think the idea here is that we are switching between red and blue when it comes to the pipes, because that's going to affect where the twisters are located. here, we should probably fire a shot against a piranha. Make our way over to the ceiling if we can. Should be able to do so by clinging onto the vine and just drifting over to the other side. And, okay, so that's pretty much what I expected. However, it does lock us out of hitting that switch any further. I was actually kind of wondering if maybe we should have just bombed it instead, but nope. I think what we'll do here is we will just make all the way across. And that is no longer accessible, so I guess off switch it is. Notice how this looks like a giant looper here as well. And notice that the map itself looks like a key. That the overall layout of this, at least the layout that's being simulated here by the transitions from pipe to pipe and room to room, resembles a key in itself, so there's maybe some kind of meta element to it that we haven't quite worked out yet, but regardless, looks like the only way to progress here is just to go back, and we would probably... Well, I mean, eventually we will need to blow up that hard block from below, but we'll have to see how that's going to work. I mean, obviously this would not be within range because it's not within 2 tiles. And then... yeah, we can always tap it as well. That happens often enough with the use of the invisible blocks, but no, I don't think that's going to be the solution here. That's something that you do see often in many other levels, but it's not this one by the looks of it, so we'll go back. We did activate the on-off switch here, so that's going to affect previous rooms. And I think you are actually meant to look ahead to see what's coming, and see that the off state taking you back to previous rooms is in fact what you want, because it does of course change the configuration of the springs that give you the exit door in this room. Luca, welcome. Oops. Whoops, there we go. And then through the door. Okay, we can tap all the spinies we want. I don't think that's going to affect very much, but there is a key that we need to deal with at some point. I actually kind of wonder if we should just blow this up and in case there is any entity involved, that would be giving me a key off screen. It doesn't look like it though, but notice that we were at the top right corner of the map, and that regardless, that was giving me a pipe transition. And it looks like we have kind of this matched element here of another series of on-off switches that we can then activate. Yeah, notice that you're going to have the twisters on either side that create a bit of a gating mechanism, but I don't think that was previously any kind of issue, so yeah, because I was looking at this and thinking, does it make any difference if I just bomb it and have the location of my choice? No, it doesn't. It doesn't make any difference whatsoever. Olive, is it bad that you're disappointed about these levels and you were hoping for unique ideas that you could use? I mean, well, it's partly about the ideas, but also partly about the cleanliness of the execution. So we'll see, because as I said, we are going to see the multiplayer set later today. And that's bound to be something that's very new, at least to this stream, because despite my extreme amount of time in Mario Maker, I've actually barely touched Mario Maker multiplayer since launch. And so, even some of the finer points about how the mechanics work in multiplayer are going to be fairly new to me. And it's not something that people generally think about very much design-wise, except for a few specialists in the community, so that'll be something to look forward to for sure. We'll just move on here. We're past checkpoint already, so we're just going to continue exploring. And yeah, you do need a state switch in order to land something in this location that will allow me to step. And notice that if you do have an on-off switch, then you would put a bomb here to elevate a bomb up to the top. It would lower the spring. Then after another state switch, you would have the spring then come up here. And that the hard block, being a hard block, would stay destroyed between successive returns to that room. Anyway, this is the room that we had seen much earlier. Let's make sure we don't overshoot. There we go. And let's give this a tap. You're given a sword refresh here for a reason, because first of all, let's not have it crushed out, and secondly, let's make sure we get out. We're probably not going to get out in time. And... oh, we didn't actually tap anything, did we? Hang on. That's okay, we're so short on time that this series of activations will not make a difference anyway. This is mostly just a connective element to make sure I can get to the state switch, which would then allow me to proceed. We'll have to redo this area because of the shortage on the clock, but that's okay. I'm sure we'll manage. Because of course we haven't hit a second flag to refresh the existing checkpoint that we have. Yep, you take that and then you basically have to load it in to the other side. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, even though the portal mechanic here is in some ways very similar to the Green Star platforming level that was made in last year's set, I think mechanically it feels very different simply because, you know, in the context of a Zelda dungeon, you're not engaging with it in the same way or at quite the same pace, and that there is a bit of continuity between successive rooms here that I think is always very satisfying to see when navigating a Zelda-like dungeon. In that your actions with the state switching in one room do have consequences that make it worthwhile to return to rooms in different states multiple times. I think that's generally what a lot of people doing level-wide dungeon structures try to go for, and I certainly think it's been executed quite admirably here. So, as before, we'll just repeat what we did after the previous timeout by diving in and popping up to the right side for the bombardment. Whoops, there we go. More Midnight Multi-Mario Madness. Well, it's Mario. The multi part would be new to this stream. We've actually never run multiplayer on this stream before. So, when we get to it, I'm sure that's going to be a lot of excitement. That's going to be in a couple of levels. We're on level 6 out of 9 of the single-player set right now. I completely forgot about the on-off switch once again. And yeah, afterwards, hopefully we'll have enough people with their games open to attempt the multiplayer selection, because that does require 4 players for every level, as far as I've been told. That everything has been designed with the expectation of a full party. But we'll see how quickly we get through the multiplayer levels first. I mean, you could drop a bomb on the right side, but no, I think given the detonation time, it's better to pop it up here and let the twister do its work. The timing works out perfectly this way, and we should not mess with it. Oops, that was not what I expected. Whoops. I did not expect to swim that far left either. I was trying to go over the column, and we just aimed very poorly. Alright, so that was something new. Let's continue. Luca, you have to go because you're pretty tired. Yeah, do get some sleep. Maybe we'll do badly enough that by the time you wake up, we'll still be queuing in multiplayer levels, but regardless, good to see you here, Luca. We'll, sometime over the next week, by the way, probably try to do some kind of unfinished business cleanup. Mostly because I have a Redbeard escape room to get through, but that also includes some of the levels that I missed that were kind of MMC adjacent, like 69 MMC, and like all the other things that we haven't really managed to do due to the relative lack of viewer streams lately. But Regardless, get some sleep. We'll see you around. And I hope everything else has been going well. Alright. This little slot here encourages you to take an arrow shot here instead, so we'll do that. And we'll go back to where we were before, and this time not to die to the spiny surprise. Once we get there, anyway. So we'll go for the next state switch, which will be on the right side. And notice that with the state switch here, suddenly you have this whole column of shells released into the wild. And that is, in fact, even signified by the on-off switch in the bottom right. That's, I guess, in the off state, it tells you that spinies are coming. Interestingly enough, you are gated off here. I do need to wrap around the whole circuit. I had forgotten that, but we'll need to do so in order to do the next state switch that will eventually wrap me back around this room. So yeah, I think I know how that works. We're supposed to encounter that room from a right to left direction, in fact. And we'll make that happen. Steadily. Okay. Oh, whoops, that's not what I expected. That's okay, let's just survive. And grab another sword, because how hard could that be? And up we go. And around the circuit. This is pretty much as it was before, except with an additional hit from forgetting that hitting the spiny shell merely sends it upside down rather than outright kills it. We'll have to remember that question block on the left side. I think the thing that is telling me here is that ultimately that will be the key. And indeed, we haven't thought about actually getting through a key door just yet, but that's okay. That's why we're going to go back here in this state, and then we'll take a bit of a dive here. Oh, whoops, no, I thought I was taking a dive. Yeah, no, I guess we hadn't fallen down successfully yet, so let's go down. And very nice of that Twister to just push me directly in without any further input. That's okay, we've done everything we need on this circuit, and that's going to get me through the key door soon enough. Notice that we haven't uncovered any secrets here yet, but we'll have to keep our eye out for that, especially with so many pipes that look potentially enterable, although I'm sure none of those are specifically trying to trick us out. I also feel like maybe there's something here that's supposed to lift this gate. But we'll think about that later. For now, let's enter the door. Oh, need to give this a tap. Tappity tap. And through we go. Okay, on-off switch affects some kind of bombardment. Well, pretty clear what we need to do there then. We'll try to make that happen. Anyway, checkpoint 2. Something about that pipe on the left side there. Oh, it's going to be eventually some other access point in this little square-shaped loop on the map that you see here. And well, let's think about this. Let's check the pipe first of all, in case it connects something in this circuit. Doesn't seem so. Well, it looks like we'll have to go back and activate an on-off switch. Yeah, it looks like it's actually the boss on the left side if you look at the design. Right, so this is, after its own fashion, kind of a point of no return. At least unless we get something to stand on over here, so until the blaster has been lifted. Nowhere to go here, but forward. So let's go through the door again and see what it is we're missing. Not missing anything, although I think it is actually just something time sensitive. You just need to go through quickly. And it works as a bit of a one-way gate. It's a very fancy one. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Purely a time challenge. Kind of unusual in some way. Oh, it's definitely on some kind of seesaw mechanism, as you can see here. Applying weight to it is probably what we should have done on the left side in the first place then, because it looks like it's not timed at all. Perhaps both of these are on seesaw mechanisms, and that would make a lot of sense. Because that would have been somewhat out of place to actually be the only time challenge of its sort in this entire maze structure. Anyway, let's pop the switch. And off we go. Okay, so everything has been deactivated here, and the gates are down. Let's see what we can do. Boss room appears to be open. This is, once again, a weight plate. I am kind of curious about peeking in the previous room. Because it looks like that is potentially where the secret placement is, if it's not going to be anything more obvious than that. Notice, though, that we are gated off here. Interestingly enough... I guess previously we just needed to step on this then. And I didn't think about that. Back one was merely on red. Maybe we should have done so, and I don't know if I'm still able to do so now, given the seemingly irreversible nature of some of these switch activations. Yeah, particularly once you get out of here. I think we may have missed our opportunity there, then. Let's take a look. One thing we can check is to deliberately take a death, of course, in case. Oh, you know what? We can do this as well. Oh no, that's just a boss room. Hang on. And now we're gated off on this side. No, I was thinking that if you had a bomb with you, that would perhaps affect the weight plate in the other room. So we may actually just take the death, or indeed even the timeout in this segment, so we can redo that, because I pretty clearly missed the secret room. Let's actually just take the death. Let's redo that. I wish there were a more elegant way to reverse back there, and perhaps there was, and we just missed it. But I think what we do need to do here is, first of all, we'll try this as though it were a weight plate. No, only once that has been deactivated. So let's go back for a moment. And something similar over here. Yeah, so the bomb was actually a clue that I think I actually needed additional weight there. The other thing that we should have considered doing is just floating a Master Sword up there, in fact. But regardless, we needed to affect it as a weight plate somehow in order to get what appears to be the secret room. And we'll just reverse through this once again to see what we can accomplish. Okay, up we go. And down. Pretty clear what needs to be done here. Let's... Come on. Wait for this and give it a tap. And yeah, we'll just think about that bonus room again in terms of seesaw weight. It looks like what happened is that previously, if the on-off state were still on, then the blaster just doesn't make contact with the seesaw at all, because it is sitting on top of some other block somehow. You see here? Yeah, bomb is actually what we want to do. Whoop. Except we get trapped here, and hopefully losing the Master Sword in this location is not an issue when it comes to our access to anything in the balloon room. I don't have access to a Master Sword here, but there's also nothing else for me to do with it. There's nothing to bomb, for instance. But rather nice for the one-ups to come my way. So those are some balloons, I suppose. There may be more. And no, I guess we just exit out directly here, unless, of course, we dive back in this way just to see what happens. Nope, we have to get out, and we need to grab a sword before it's too late. Luckily, there is going to be one available right here in this room. Okay, let's go back to the boss area then. Well, pretty gentle way to start off today, all things considered. Okay, we do need to survive here, and probably... Whoops, we're going to get zoned out like crazy now. And yeah, actually, we're within range of the on-off switch. We do that. It may just be a sequence of alternating activations, given the munchers on the right, which probably be the stack that gives me the key. Whoops. Let's be careful here. Interesting how the big bloopers are being used to disguise the blaster mechanism. Then, yeah, we just need to alternate until we kill the muncher stack, and that should give me the key to get out. And then we'll just clean up a little bit here. 2 more activations should do the trick. And we'll clear some space here with... Oh, big bloopers being released all of a sudden. As a bit of a final phase surprise. Ah, big bloopers are the ones that hold the keys, okay, not the munchers themselves. That's important to know. Also, what if we give the on-off switch 1 additional tap before we get out, just to see what happens? Nothing happens. This is the flag, and I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else we can do here. So, we were pretty much spat out the other side, and I guess we'll take the flag. Okay, pretty straightforward, actually. And let's take a look at the comments. Just to see if there's any artwork to look at. Like the water temple? No, not really. No Dark Link for one thing. And not a lot of artwork, actually. This level has a key for a map. Unfortunately, you can't quite collect it that way. If only the Ocarina Water Temple was this good. I've never seen what the fuss was about the Water Temple, to be honest, but it has a certain notoriety among the N64 generation for reasons I can not quite discern. Anyway, let's move on. Next level is by Shearwater. Oh, also at this point, I realized at the end of the previous stream that I had actually neglected to take a look at the comment art for Samuel's level because we ended the stream on that, and I just exited out without properly featuring it. So let's load this up as well to see what the comment art was like on the last level we played the other day. Fire bars everywhere. In previous weeks, I was playing the 7 MMC levels on the first day of release, and so we didn't have as much to look at anyway, comment-wise, but some of these later ones seem to be pretty light on artwork themselves, except you have a few people like Aurasphere consistently bringing it. Anyway, next level is Parathwomp Pothole by Shearwater. Shearwater is a maker, one of the makers this year who is fairly new to me, I think. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of style has been brought here to a level where you traverse a cave where thwomps are your friends most of the time. And the website description is identical to this, so no need to retread that further. Let's take a look. Okay, it's going to be a thwomp ride. And I guess you do need to get ahead of the thwomp in order to load this up, and so that'll be a timing element right here. Yeah, some very strong similarities, in fact, to... Whoops, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Strong similarities to an idea of, I believe it was Salt Lakes from one of the previous YMMs. Salt Lake, although, must be said, tends to tune his levels quite a lot more difficult, a lot more faster paced, but still quite a lot that can be done with this mechanic, even at a gentler pace here, with the parachute thwomps being what they are. And that just gets trapped at a door at the very end, so let's take this down. Always like these player-activated timings, so you're not just rushing to get loaded. You're obviously supposed to get on top of that thwomp and jump over, but we didn't do a particularly good job of that, so... Too busy talking rather than playing. We needed to activate the thwomp earlier in the first place. The thing that we need to keep in mind with this level is that a lot of the timings are just going to be player activated by our positioning here. We're not going to wait for things to happen around us. For instance, whoops. Yeah, the thwomp needed to hit. Previously it went straight through. That's the issue. It went straight through because we were late in activating it in the first place, and so we do need to make sure that we're proactive about getting the thwomp to drop. Because we can't just leave the small thwomps to their own devices. We do need to keep them under control and activate them when we need them on a fairly prompt basis here, so... Yeah, that's going to stomp. It's going to work out this time. Up we go. And then claw, and then down. Yeah, pretty straightforward. This looks like it required a mushroom if we wanted to stomp through this and go down through the other pipe, although it may just be an aesthetic angle here. And it might not be anything, given that we've had no opportunity to collect a mushroom thus far. Yeah, we've played a lot of these Parathwomp rides before, but I think what makes this level a bit of a gentler and more accessible one is the fact that you do have these sideways trampolines the whole time, so you don't need to worry too much about switching between regular and spin jumps. You do need to spin jump over certain elements, like these thwomps coming in sideways, of course, but it's not too big a deal. Also, I totally misread that bounce. We do need to just take short bounces all the way across in order to get the third coin on the other side. That's something that I didn't read very accurately because I was too fixated on seeing that coin for the first time, so let's proceed. And yeah, the icicle here takes out the third platform there, but we have plenty of flexibility to grab coin 1 before we continue. Going to have that time-sensitive icicle here, followed by a pretty smooth experience getting coin 2. Now, this is a series of small bounces that we're going to completely flub as we once again fail to correct for momentum and gain enough height on that final jump. Yeah, I was going a little low on that final jump instead of holding it down because I thought I'd just have a very easy return path. But no, you just need to aim well and go straight up. Okay. Pretty simple so far. Well, let's move on. Oh, whoops. Let's move on up, I suppose. Eventually. Well, let's not think too hard about that attempt. That was something that hardly counted. But yeah, things are proceeding pretty briskly so far in this set. Whereas we really took our time with the first half of this week. But given that this is going to be a level where the optional content is just behind pretty clearly marked optional pink coins, we won't be doing an awful lot of secret hunting here. Down we go. But yeah, we'll just grab this. And this. Reeboks, welcome. Yeah, Reeboks, certainly hope everything's been going well over on your end. Look at that, an invisible mushroom with a box that makes it totally visible. Okay, so now we're going to have some spins here and there from time to time. Probably get up on the skull, assuming it goes up rather than down. We just spin backwards to make sure we have a safe landing. And occasionally we'll need to spin on top of the spiny to gain enough height to proceed to the next platform. Pretty simple. No, you actually do need a full jump here because the skull goes directly down. I wasn't sure if it would go up first, but I guess given the ceiling height there, maybe that was a bit of an optimistic expectation. So you do need to go around the spiny because you don't gain enough height from spinning towards it directly. At least I don't think so. There we are. Oh, I wasn't expecting to bounce back there. Too busy watching it. And Lamelsane, welcome. Whoops. Alright, let's go up. Oh, that positioning was not ideal. I guess we needed to jump left and curve over to the right. Haha, that was anticipating that much too early. And up we go. Yeah, no, that Fall on Muncher was pretty unnecessary. I was just kind of mentally anticipating the dip to the left that we need to make immediately after, and so a couple of very simple accuracy issues here that we'll need to sort out as we also keep our eyes peeled for the eventual coin forward. Yeah, much better alignment on a skull platform that time compared to how we did with this before. And yeah, this is just a Did You See a Divine check? And we passed the Did You See a Divine check, so let's take a look at the optional room. Pretty smooth experience here as we clear the balloon room. Okay, that's it for 7MMC as a balloon here. One-way panels everywhere, preventing too many extravagant shenanigans. Let's try to jump over to the other side. This is probably just one up. I don't know if it's quite necessary to have everything boxed in like this. I mean, it's a pretty reasonable secrets location to check to see if there's anything there instead of just having it demarcated, but regardless, we'll tap this and head out. I guess I'm the sort of player who would be inclined to check those locations anyway. Thank you for the GG. Alright, that was a pretty quick experience here. We're going to look at the next level after we take a look at the comments. Yeah, definitely one of the more accessible ones, difficulty-wise, we've seen so far. Kind of like an easy mode of a lot of the Parathwomp concepts that we've seen in the past that very often use that underground theme in Super Mario World. It seems like almost all the ones that I can think of, both the Salt Lake level and I think the Tomb Train level from, I want to say it was Cats back in 4YMM. A lot of levels with that mechanic for some reason are just really attracted to Super Mario World Underground rather than anything else. Maybe it's because the colors match nicely. Please don't make me eat my PlayStation. That would not be healthy. Not really much artwork this week, actually. At least not this far into the set. Anyway, let's continue. Reebox, the thing you love is that I could be playing the worst viewer level in history that has no thought at all put into it, but I still speak in the same analytical voice. Yeah, I mean, seems only fair. You know, it's a way for all of you there watching to test out your sarcasm detectors, just to make sure everything is properly calibrated. We've played some pretty bad viewer levels, but we try to be gracious. We try to hide the passive aggression as passive and aggressively as we can. Anyway, next level by Faywool. This is going to be the featured music auto-scroller of this week. This is Faywool's second appearance in 7MMC. Last time was also a collaboration with SM Piano as far as the assembly of the music track goes, and last time it was Eric Clapton's Layla. This time it's going to be the Lambada, which I keep misreading as Lambda. You know, in case anybody here is really into Lambda calculus. Anyway, if you're going to play Dead, be convincing. Music arranged by SM Piano, and the lengthy description on the website reads, the Drybone Shell is your partner for the nighttime platforming for the Song of the Forbidden Dance. How forbidden? We're about to find out. And hopefully audio is working fine. We had a lot of audio issues on the previous stream partly because I had overlooked something about my computer setup when I was starting up. Today should hopefully be working okay so far, but for a music level, it's particularly important that we don't have any issues with the pitch or with things glitching out, so do let me know if we have any of that going on, and we'll make sure we have the best listening experience possible. Okay, we're surfing. I think we're a little late on the surf, but that's okay. We'll get pushed. Yeah, just kind of misread that there because I was too fixated on the on-off switching. Notice the key here. The key indicates to me that the secret in this level is going to be based on a certain degree of perfectionism. I think we're just supposed to jump out of the shell and slide. Interestingly, it gives me another shell there. I think that's the thing that distracted me in the first place, that we weren't really expecting a second shell to be kicked. Yeah, because I'm going to drop one shell while the second shell is still surfing over. And so the shell that we're releasing and kicking is the one that I want to be dropping into on the other side. Hang on, we were supposed to bounce them because they're boos and they are vulnerable to that sort of thing. Actually, no, we were not supposed to go below the line, I'm pretty sure. That's something that became apparent to me afterwards. Oh, this track is quite a jam so far, though, you have to admit. Yeah, I fell behind pace there because I thought, okay, let's just slack off a bit at the start and let the auto-scroll push me. Nope, bad idea. But we let the auto-scroll push me at that later location. That's supposed to be a stomp on the POW, as you can see, because of my bone shell going down, that it was actually just a little bit too late on the down input and also a little too close to the POW block instead of gaining sufficient height. So we'll try to fix that. Rather like the use of the auto-scroll pushing mechanism in this level. Yeah, here the Z marker tells me that I was supposed to get out and kick the shell, which we realized just a little bit too late. Just reading things a little too slowly here. They're an easy read, I'm just not really demonstrating the best reaction time today, so. Also, we're a little bit behind. There we go. And indeed, Reeboks, this is the time to start breaking out the dance emotes. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Oh, I see. Once again, not really reading the line there accurately. I knew I was supposed to duck to let that thwomp sail over me. I just didn't really anticipate that we'd need to stay above the line past that point, even though it's a level that's pretty consistent about that particular notation, that the lines are always zones that you don't want to go below. It does teach you that very promptly and without much fuss. Nope. Okay. We'll need to do this as often as it takes to clear it from the beginning anyway, but as you can see, I do need to bounce off the top of the grinder in order to gain sufficient height for the on-off switch, so You can hit that coin relatively accurately. Yeah, I like how well regulated that drop onto the second shell is, actually. That the wall does a pretty good job of lining you up and not allowing too many mishaps to happen. Oh, yeah. And we want to get ahead of the auto-scroll to the extent I can. Whoops, jumped out too early. I needed to jump onto the platform first so I could kick the shell forward. Yeah, because you're always being pushed by the auto-scroll boundary in certain places while you're in the collapsed bone shell form. I certainly have a tendency to visually kind of fixate on the left side of the level. No, that was supposed to be short bounce. It was very obviously a short bounce. That's probably why I've been reading ahead a little bit slowly on this level, is that I'm always kind of keeping my eye line to the far left, bottom left corner of the screen. Also, yeah, like what I said about music glitching out earlier, let's make sure audio is functioning for this level in particular. Give me one moment and we'll fix it up. Absolutely essential that the sound problems don't hit us during the music level, so kind of unfortunate that we've hit it here, but we'll attempt to get things moving again. And I'm just going to keep an eye on it to make sure we're in good shape in terms of the stream production. Kind of unfortunate, we had been doing pretty well with audio problems going away over the past few weeks of streaming, but it did return to hit me pretty hard in Mario Maker this week, and we haven't quite resolved what the problem is just yet. Oh, no, that's a bad idea. We kind of bounced a little too far to the left there. Probably from anticipating the short bounce too soon. And landing too far to the left on the blade. But yeah, I can tell in the process of playing this level that something felt a little bit strange about it, and that's because my eye line is way to the left of where it would usually be. You do kind of need a high bounce on the boost stack, and just need to trust that the ceiling is going to give you the correction you need to land towards that thwomp, and probably take damage from there and in the damage state pass over the thwomp to the other side. Okay, there we go. And we've... Whoops. I basically took that moment during the pipe transition to look over to see if things were still okay with my stream, and unfortunately that was a pretty bad idea. 50 coin there. No, 50 coin there is only going to be done if we kick the shell or throw it, which we need to do anyway in order to position. Oh, that's pretty satisfying, except we dunked at the bottom. But yeah, it's a unique concept in terms of how much it relies on the auto-scroll pushing, but it does feel a bit unusual to play simply because the eyeline almost feels as though you've got half the screen just masked from where you are as the player, because it's so rare that these push mechanisms will just be all the way at the end of the screen like that. Anyway, it's, as the big coin suggests there, absolutely necessary to send the shell careening forward in order to catch it on the other side. And then I didn't see what to bounce off towards the on-off switches there. I think I just missed a jump. Yeah, perhaps this level is one where we do need to break the habit of mostly keeping our eyes on Mario's position. Because that's maybe not processing the visual information of oncoming obstacles in the most efficient fashion. But it's a difficult habit to break. Yeah, that's just a high bounce off the boo, that's what it is. High bounce off the boo followed by high bounce off of the saw blade that you drop into on the other side, which will require me to come out of, whoops, wrong button. The shell form there, so. But yeah, it's a level that feels like you're playing on the right half of an ultra-wide monitor with the left half covered, if you know what I mean. Like, psychologically, that's what it seems like. And oh, whoops. No, we needed to hit that question block. Sailed right past it. And then there's going to be a shell drop immediately after that, I think. If I understand this correctly. Oh, a little behind pace there, and as you can see, I completely overshot the POWs. I mean, we are meant to be hugging the left half, sorry, the left side of the screen boundary most of the time, so the pace was actually fine there. I just needed to not miss the POWs, and for that matter, miss the question block here. Because I do have a tendency to overshoot on this level specifically. Nope. Okay, down we go. Wow. Down to the left that time, that's interesting. Probably because I wasn't really well centered on the thwomp before the POW killed it. Because I'm actually supposed to be against the wall with that thwomp coming in and whacking the POW, I think, and just landed on the thwomp a little too far to the left in the first place, which led me to completely miss the boo on the drop. So, just poorly positioned on the thwomp, that's easy to fix. Okay, much better. Here's another screen push. We jumped a little too early and hit a little too far to the left. And then there's a pink coin after that, which I think may be necessary for a key, but we'll see. I mean, it's the one and only pink coin. I think it's just there as a key grab. But a key grab that, for whatever reason, is going to be denoted quite a bit differently from the key for the one shot that you can get at the very beginning of the level, so. So yeah, you have to let the screen catch up in certain locations. Once again, just jumping a little too early. We do need to take the risk of letting the bone shell fall a little further. It'll be a bounce on the dry bones on the right, and then collecting the pink coin after that. Whoops, that's a mistake. So I certainly hope we get enough people in today to run the multiplayer, because that is rather dependent on having enough people queue in into private party. Recently playing a fair bit of Splatoon 3, I think, has really highlighted how much better the lobby systems could be in this game. Not that I've ever played much multiplayer in it anyway. I've played, as I said, almost no multiplayer in Mario Maker 2 past a few early efforts when the game launched, just to see how things would go. I quickly discovered that at the time anyway, my network performance was not something that would handle multiplayer versus. It was just a lag fest all around. And I just never had the inclination to return to it since. Because most of the levels I actually enjoy playing in Mario Maker 2 aren't really going to be multiplayer-friendly concepts anyway, in terms of the complexity of some of the mechanisms, or just their puzzle nature, or whatever. So yeah, as you can see, there's a series of 2 doors. You do need to survive from the very start in order to get the second one, so we will have to, whoops, redo the level. And we'll just do it in one shot to grab the key. Should not be too much of an undertaking, given what we've seen. As far as deftless clears go, there haven't been very many in this year's edition. There was one in the previous stream in the first half of this week's set, and that was reputed to be mechanically the most difficult key to obtain, most difficult balloon room to obtain, rather, in 7MMC, but it wasn't too bad, all things considered. Just one big consistency check in that Super Mario World stump level that we played just 2 days ago. Am I still dragging that other key? Yes, I am. And I flubbed it, because I was paying too much attention to whether I had a key, and not enough to the level itself. That's okay. I mean, of course I'd still have the key, as long as I remembered that I was playing from start rather than from checkpoint. Okay. There we go. Yeah, just a mistake there as I jumped out of the shell instead of holding down to get pushed through the icicle. Pretty nice use of the bone shell push overall, in spite of the awkwardness of playing against this camera. We've seen a lot of bone form pushing concepts before, usually involving things like Desert Wind. I believe there was a rather notable Wario level that did that, for instance, and a lot of other platforming levels we've seen since, but the auto-scroll boundary being used in conjunction with this is not something we've seen very often, I think, if at all. I feel cross-eyed just playing it, but whoops. And Ronaldo, yeah, welcome. Like I said, I hope we get a full party assembled quickly enough to actually do the multiplayer levels as designed today, because we only have one level to go after this one. The Lecter and Kalvik special. But yeah, pretty fond of the music track here so far. And yeah, this is going well this time. And then just a choke immediately after I said that. Samuel, you keep tapping your foot to the beat, yeah. Now, Samuel, if you are just joining us, I realized in a previous stream that I forgot to show the comments to your level afterwards, and we actually did go back to your level just now, after I finished the first one today. And we took a look. I guess there hasn't been much artwork from anybody yet on a lot of this week's set, though. Yeah, you keep tapping your foot to the beat. No, I understood you meant that rather than taping your foot to the beat, I guess. If you did that, you know, your foot might start to lose some circulation over a sufficient period of time. Anyway, we got all the way to that skewer in the later section here, so... Oh, whoops. Just a high bounce. Kind of impressed that that thwomp works as well as it does. Given that we've definitely had a little bit of rebound from the wall that it slams into. Yeah, the landings have been fairly clean after that big thwomp segment every time. Yeah, we've beaten this level already currently, we're just going forward the bonus. And we've gotten reasonably close. Okay, let's not miss. And let's not choke here. Nope, we choked here. Yeah, always jumping a little too prematurely there. I mean, that's one element that really makes you risk dipping below the line. Because positionally, you have to be quite accurate, not a lot of leeway. And if you're psychologically deterred from dipping all the way down to the line, well, that jump is certainly going to test you right there. Okay, it's been going well. Rather like the damage boost ending there. It works pretty well. I'm usually not too fond of required damage boost mechanics like that, but has a bit of minor element of time pressure that actually works in a very elegant way. I'll catch up with chat in just a moment. We've been missing these jumps first, though. And yeah, you're saying beat is so good on this. Yep. It's very appropriate to this kind of surfing theme mechanically. And it fits the pace of the level extremely well, I think. And it's also very well disguised as well. It's a level where the music setup is not particularly visually busy or intrusive. And yeah, lovely bass line to it. Anyway, let's continue here. Oh, whoa, that was too high a jump. Much better than the boots and cat's drums that you hear in most music levels, yeah. I was wondering what was so different about it. Yeah, it is mostly in the instrumentation. Anyway, let's proceed forward here. Not a difficult early segment one-shot, so we've seen everything we need in this level. We just need to execute on it cleanly. Get past some of the trouble spots, and we were just a little late on the down stomp over there, which happens as you're practically off screen, so... I don't have a particularly large monitor. You certainly don't want to be playing this level on a huge screen because it really will make you cross-eyed by the end. Just because of how Mario is tucked in the corner the whole time. You looked into doing music in multiplayer at one point. I wish they had a clap for some percussion, yeah. Oh wow, yeah, once again, just stomping too close to the POW that it did not register as a stomp. Oh, we've been reasonably close to the end, just a couple of tiny chokes in some of the closing segments. Right at the very end, in fact, as we neared the pink coin. I wonder what the rationale was for going with a pink coin rather than a key at the very end. Something to obtain. Might just be the visibility of it. You know, with red really kind of sticking out here as a color. Long story short, music does not work in multiplayer in your opinion. Yeah, the thing is, I have very little multiplayer experience in terms of understanding how the loading rules and the synchronization go. Which is why I'm sure the multi-levels will be quite an experience. Given that despite being somebody from a background that's pretty heavy on puzzle solving, there are some very fundamental things about the way that multiplayer works that I can't really claim to know much about or have much experience in, so it will be very interesting to see how that goes. Nope, totally missed that. And besides, we do need to start over. So we'll do so, and continue from here. And okay, let's continue. Well, definitely a fun level to repeat anyway, just so you can listen to the music over and over. Whoa, okay, I don't know why that high bounce was flubbed. I did hold down the button, but it might just be a matter of timing. And we need to start over, regardless. This is something I should remember, so I don't make the mistake of clearing the level a second time and still not holding the key. Okay, here we are. And in we go. Okay, let's stomp once again, and let's avoid the choke with the high jump out of the shell right at the very end here. There we go. Very smooth. Pipe entry always makes you nervous. Yeah, well, we made it. And let's see what's above. Okay, balloons. And yeah, the poison doesn't reach too high here. Notice that, by the way, you can spawn a whole bunch of these. That's how this mechanic usually goes. I wonder if we could do some kind of creative bone stack somewhere if we just have enough of them alive. Or we could just bounce and catch every balloon we can without dying in the bonus room, because that would be particularly embarrassing. But we could do some of the climb, and look, there's a leaf. Guess we just need to leave all the way here. I'm glad I remembered to hold left at the very end there, so we didn't just land on a blade. Because I was thinking to myself very rapidly, oh, is there a safe spot on the left side column? Yes, there is. At least I think so. And Mike and Nana. I'm gonna make it big one day, and you believe? Yeah. Belief is much of the battle. Oops. Also, being able to fly at the very end will get me through the brick that we saw. Oh no, the icicle just busted for me, so down we go. And there we go, true ending. Okay, one more to go, as far as the single player set goes. Let's take a look at the comments. Much appreciation, I'm sure, for that element of funk. Look at that, Street Rat leaving a wow. Auto scroll was way too fast. I mean, it's a thing pushing you. I feel like you shouldn't be complaining about that. Unless you just want to be pushed very slowly. This song became popular in our country. Apparently so. Alright, let's take a look at the last one in the single player set, which is going to be Bytevine Pipeline. Lecter's collaboration with Kavik, who traveled from Norway over to Italy to pay him a visit and put together some pizza and also film the live action segment of the 7MMC videos earlier in the summer. And at the time they had hyped up some kind of collaboration that was going on the maker side as well. And finally we'll see what it is. It's going to be a 0.8, and it is going to be a 4-star level according to the website guide as well. We'll see how that bears out. I find that sometimes those valuations don't quite line up with what causes me tons of difficulty. But yeah, lovely pixel art here in the 3D world style. As well, I mean, it's 3D world, but it has a bit of three-dimensionality to it, even just as pixel art. Enjoy bottomless salad and wings at Kavik and Lecter's Fusion Restaurant. The lengthy description reads, Lecter and Kavik can offer you bottomless salad and wings at the Gravlax Garden, the world's first Italo-Norwegian fusion restaurant. That actually sounds fantastic. Let's see it. Okay, so yeah, we jump it, we wall jump. That's a... Okay, red pipe is going to give me the timing I need. That's fine. Love this mid-air flotation, by the way. This is something that we'll just need to work around a little more accurately here. As it decides to chomp over and over again. There we go. sure we'll have to check an up pipe like that at some point. Notice that the Skip Squeak is going to jump. Skip Squeak will also... well, that was a bad idea. But we needed to release another one, didn't we? Or rather, no, we needed it to be in the jumping state before it drops. That's what it is. No, like I said, it needs to be the jumping state. Should pay attention to my own commentary. Okay. Down it goes. And here we are again. A pretty interesting spin on timing-based levels that involve red pipe spawners. I've seen a lot of concepts using that red pipe spawn timing in the past, but still this one seems very new. Something that was, I think, a little bit underexplored. Also, I keep bumping my head in that corner when going for a 10 coin. We should maybe not clip that 10 coin so far to the left. That goes for this ceiling as well. Yeah, we're consistently kind of undershooting horizontally. Just hitting some corners here where we shouldn't be. Oh, I was hoping to just land directly in the warp box, but that was not the case. Nope. Anticipated that a little too quickly. I thought it was about to jump, and it wasn't quite there yet. Okay, next cycle. Jump. Much better. As we pass the 7 MMC room. Now this is neat. That is going to just... going to bend over like that. Very unique usage of the chomping animation that is specific to the 3D World style. I've actually very rarely seen a good use of that, in fact, where you want to hit it in the chomping state, because the first thing that I built in the 3D World style when the game launched had a particular landing on a 3D World Piranha Plant that was meant to be something that made, you know, pretty good and satisfying contact. And it turned out to feel like an unavoidable death or a troll to certain players who just entered it with the wrong timing, because I didn't account for the hitbox of the chomp animation, that the stem, when it's exposed, is not something that's jumpable. And that it would basically act, as you see here, as a bit of a timed platform that just kind of dips out for a moment. I mean, this might actually be the most deliberate use I've seen of the 3D World Piranha Plant as a timed moving platform. In terms of something that really makes you play into that animation directly, rather than having to, accommodate it as a nuisance, shall we say. I'm pretty sure I played every level that both Lecter and Kalvik have made in this game. And Lecter in particular is a maker who has creations that are often just motivated by the goofiness of the animations. This one's certainly no exception, I think. That's very often a lot of these concepts are just fun to look at. There are certainly a few Lecter classics that come to mind when it comes to that particular art-driven property of them. any of you do go back over his profile, I recommend in particular the foot race with, I want to say Rocky to Rapid level. It's the Rocky Wrench foot race with SMB2 and the throw chaining. A very entertaining one. And of course the MC Escher level that he made with fire bars a little while ago, which I mentioned in connection with Samuel's level in this week of 7MMC, because they're both levels that have a certain kinship just from having extremely fancy firebar stacking animations. That was a bad idea. Let's pay attention here. And let's go for the next cycle. And down we go. Almost hit the stem that time, but no, I think we're okay. And again, we just need to avoid the corners of ceilings, and I think we're generally in pretty good shape. Yeah, when we eventually do some secret hunting in this level, the natural thing to look for will be pipe entrances that seem like they're spawners, but actually do lead somewhere secret. I say this because the whoops, pipe spawner in that last room where the plant kind of dips over, it does seem awfully suspicious and perhaps reachable. But it will be something like that we're looking for. Although maybe not, because there are 4 pink coins in this level, none of which was seen yet. And if those are part of the optional rather than the required path, I guess that is naturally where the balloons will go. Let's watch the timing. Okay. Also very fitting for Lecter to have the privilege of having the closing level of the single-player selection this year. That was almost a disaster recovery, but it wasn't. I'm pretty sure everybody coming in from the 7MMC side here knows Lecter, of course, has the animator of all the video trailers that come out week to week. That was true also for 4, 5, 6 YMM previously, where he was also a contributor to the level sets. And on this stream, Lecter has the distinction of having designed our Scrabble Tile GG emote. That was his special handiwork. Whoops. Yeah. And yeah, Ronaldo, you have no idea how he managed fitting and making a level running the event. It seemed like the lead administrators did manage to find a pretty good balance in terms of dividing their duties. Certainly from what Lupin Snoop was telling me as well. They were deliberately going for a certain level of decentralization. Anyway, look at this floaty spike. Yeah, let's not just jump in blindly. I say as I jump in blindly. We need the spike to hit the on-off switch by floating down and throwing at me while I'm wall jumping on the right side. That's going to be fancy. Looking forward to that. Yeah, I mean, if you want to decentralize the leadership of a project like this, it's often not just about the model for doing it, but a certain level of trust between the administrators and judges as well. So, I mean, I wasn't involved behind the scenes this year, as you know, but it was kind of interesting to see how things turned out. Definitely something that in some ways had a very different feel from the YMM celebrations that were run previously, but with, of course, significant overlap in the makers and in some of the styles represented, so... Okay, let's make sure... Yeah, that's a hit. Good. And I'm glad that didn't hit a second time, because that would have been disastrous. Here's a pink coin. Yeah, I wonder... I don't think I missed any so far. I might have, but... Well, we'll see soon enough. Pipe entrances? And wait a minute. No, that's a bad idea, because I'll die in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, no. I was trying to reread this because I realized I had a bit of a brain fart about the placement of that pink coin. No, you do need the on-off state to be what it is in order to go through to the right side, so... what it is that we're going to be hitting an on-off switch and then reversing back into this room, and then we'll land safely on a platform and then continuing to the right. And the on-off switch, in fact, is going to be right here once we... I was hoping the wall jumps to the left, and as we usually do after a pipe spit... let's angle that a little more properly here. And let's wait for the next cycle over here. And yeah, just a little off-center there. It was pretty evident to me what the pattern was going to be, that you just need to go back and forth for long enough to activate the bomb with sufficient hits on the exclamation block. But I did fall a little bit out of position in some of the later cycles as we waited for additional plants to spawn in. Once you get into the rhythm of it, though, it's pretty satisfying to execute, and as expected, we're going to get chomped because I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I mean, you're given enough information to expect that, obviously, because as a player, you've been here previously. Anyway. Let's get down over here and try to cycle again. It's, once again, very much an exercise in just maintaining consistency when it comes to pulling back a little bit on those jumps to reposition yourself. Now let's just get over here quickly. There we go. Now this will be interesting. That we do need to go off screen, although look at that, it respawned immediately and we just died to it. That was not a great angle for me, I guess, because I mean, that is going to be within the safety zone for Mario. Goes down by about 3 or 4 tiles, I think. We've been tested on that before by a particular propeller level by Meng, actually. That was all about going off screen. Yeah, so no, I'm accustomed to the mechanic, but it's still difficult to position when you are aiming at something that's a bit invisible. And no, it was mostly just the timing of the next spawn that threw me off completely, because I was expecting a little more room to work with here. Yeah, you just need to go straight for it as it spawns, I think. I love how the placement of the warp blocks here kind of looks like 2 eyes. 2 eyes in this pipe here just kind of sticking out its tongue. that kind of element, I mean, it's just my sense of pareidolia in some ways, but it's also not necessarily accidental, knowing a lot of Lecter's levels in the past, and that he's somebody from an artistic background. Up to the red pipe and wall jump? I don't know about that. I was hoping to just make that angle, but maybe you are supposed to go up to the red pipe and wall jump first. I didn't think that angle would work, though, so we need to rethink that. Yeah, it totally looks like a face. Whoops. Alright. Up we go. No, we don't. And yeah, we're just flipping every pipe entry here. Probably because the chomping animation is throwing off my landing location and angle a little bit psychologically. And because I'm trying not to land too close to the stem. Nope, that's okay. If you miss, you can actually just continue. As long as you don't let the exclamation blockage expire. And yeah, at that point I was too far off my pattern to maintain consistency. But that was just because of a bit of natural drift after several accumulated mistakes and inaccuracies from how I was jumping in this sequence. As you can see, missing entirely. Let's not start over. We are past checkpoint. So we'll be careful about that. And down we go. Alright, and all the way back up. Let's get out of here. And then, yeah, this one you just need to run it. And that's all it is. So, this one, the question is... Oh, we need to let it dip. But I need to not bump my head still. I think it is a long jump that I'll need. But that doesn't explain how I'm going to get up to the on-off switch. Maybe we're supposed to get past that obstacle and then do another on-off switch to the right side and then go back to the center and then hit the on-off switch up top. I haven't looked at that closely enough yet, and we need to go back to that area to really parse that, because it's probably not a case of going up to the on-off switch in the central column right away. I think it is going to be going forward with a long jump and then back. That would be a reasonable thing to surmise from what we've seen. Alright, let's try this out. Yeah, interestingly enough, so these coins are pretty hard to miss. I think they are maybe part of the required collection then. Because all of them are accessible as you go back and forth, and eventually you need to go back to the face in order to exit in the on state. So that tells me that the exit condition at the time that you finish this central segment and wind up back here should be on state, which means we need to hit the on-off switches here now, rather than trying any long jump shenanigans. But as you can see, there is an on-off switch that is on the right side of that area. Looks like we do need to hit the top switch first, though, not second. And so it's not going to be a long jump as the solution there, it's going to be something else. Okay, let's hit and try to maintain consistency here over here and continue. So yeah, since it looks like the pink coins are part of the required path, we'll have to continue looking out for the optional path or balloon secret. There we go. Much more doable than I thought. Also notice that, first of all, we could have wall jumped out of that to safety, except I didn't expect I would have the wall slide against the central platform after missing there. I didn't expect to miss, rather. But yeah, one thing that the level is starting to make use of in a much more conspicuous way is that you see some positioning sometimes where the plant might be dipping down towards you, but it might also be chopping up, and as you can see from the central segment there earlier, that reversal was suddenly relevant for the first time, that the downward chomp followed by the upward chomp suddenly mattered. So, okay, here we go. Nope, let's do this again. Get the timing down. Yeah, scrolling it in with a run is the most consistent way to do it that I can discover so far, so. Yeah, so for this animation, notice that it is going to be this sideways pipe that's going to send it chomping along the perpendicular, be it up or down. And it's going to go up towards me here. And I was trying to get off of that wall slide here and land safely in the center, but we just didn't manage to position ourselves in time to make that happen safely. We know the general idea is a total accuracy issue at this point. Yeah, I do like how you do have a bit of leeway here by 1 or 2 cycles before the exclamation block resets. There we go. Well, let's wait again. Yeah, that wall jump is pretty dangerous, but maybe that is the way to do it if you're not going to land cleanly in the center. Interesting. Is this something I can make with a long jump? It doesn't look like it. It looks a little bit too long for that. But then you can't hit the on-off switch here from the left either, can you? Maybe it is a long jump. It is not a long jump. You do need to hit the on-off switch. No, you need to hit the on-off switch once to spawn plants, and then you need to hit the on-off switch a second time to open the gate. That's what it is. That was the obvious thing. We should have just stopped and taken a look at it properly and thought about the state blocks that were blocking the pipes. Yeah, you hit the on-off switch with a kind of double tap, once to spawn and once to let yourself through. Really nice to see that used in conjunction with that whole vertical element leading directly up to it. It's been quite a lot of variety for the central mechanic so far, as you might expect. Yeah, I don't particularly like that wall jump method, but it seems to be the safest and most consistent thing so far, so... Oh, okay, we need to skip squeeze to jump. It's not plants. I was expecting plants. Very satisfying to do that. Notice that this is encouraging you to go forward, but obviously we can go backward. That's probably going to be the bonus before we continue here. Whoop. And that is actually well in line with, spoiler alert, how the secret worked in, I believe, it was the opening level of 6YM Kavek's Hot Rod Blaster Road, which had a secret hunt that either people got right away or just had tons of problems seeing, because it was another one that required you to take notice of how the course was designed to work both forwards and backwards, and would permit backtracking in a very subtle and elegant way. This level is a bit more overt about that, and that's fine. Wow, that was dangerous. Fancy, but dangerous. Yeah, short bounces galore. And then we just continue here. Okay, so that was supposed to be a long jump, and I hit an up diagonal by mistake, and that turned out to be a twirl. That was a very unfortunate death when everything was in the bag. Yeah, massive oops. That's exactly what it is. Okay. Up we go. Yeah, I just need to alternate the timing a little bit and have enough of an offset to make that work. And look at that. That works beautifully, even if you accidentally spawn it first. I guess that wall jump is the cleanest way to do it. It's not great, but yeah, so, you know, we need long jump, but without that correction, and it's going to be 2 quick consecutive long jumps where you need to land on target and pull back if necessary. I was just doing a bit of a test run there because we need to know that for the backwards path, obviously. Yeah, it's an interesting backwards path in that that's actually the only time that you need to do that long jump sequence, because you're not doing it on the way forwards if you're applying that weird wall jump method that I'm taking to get over to the right side. So you're kind of engaging with that central red block platform completely differently across the 2 routes, forward and backward. But you do need to be aware of how you can get chomped below in the center there, if you're not careful. Too short a bounce. That does have to be medium bounce. I was kind of wondering about that because we did previously short bounce off of the second Skip Squeak to make a nice safe landing, and that was working out just fine, but the first one does need a little bit of a controlled bounce to get you a tiny bit more elevation than what we were seeing there on that attempt. Anyway, let's continue forward. Netcat, it is the lecture level. I don't know if you've played this week's set yet, Netcat. Anyway, let's totally bump my head on the corner the way we've been doing throughout this entire experience. You haven't played the 7 MMC levels quite yet, I see. Netcat, after this level, we will be doing the 3 multiplayer levels that were also released with 7 MMC. So you're quite welcome to join that. I'm hoping to get the full party together because I'm told that they do require a full party of 4, and our ability to run those tonight will depend on getting that together. How many can play? It does require exactly 4, so myself and 3 party members. And we got a bit of a quiet turnout today, but hopefully we'll be able to get a lobby going. Okay, that time that didn't go so well. The room stuck its tongue out and caught me accordingly. Anyway. Yeah, so apparently you queue for them as multiplayer versus for mechanical reasons, but they are in fact cooperative. There's one that's a 2v2, but that is cooperative in its own way, in that you have 2 of the teammates cooperating. Okay, so you don't want to spawn this Piranha Plant in events like that. You don't want to dash ahead until you're ready. I previously thought it was safe doing that, but it seems like I'm not. Yeah, 2 are puzzle levels and 1 is a 2v2. Exactly. Ronaldo here being one of the... Well, being the multiplayer designer, along with Lucato. Passing that correctly. And yeah, Ronaldo, I noticed that one of the puzzle levels was kind of like an off-screen co-op where you have 4 players who look at 4 different screens, and so that one might have a certain replayability to it if we want to display all of the different configurations on stream so we can actually see it properly. But we'll make decisions like that when we get there. And depending on how much time we have, which may be generous because we're getting to the last level today pretty early, so here in the single set. They are versus, but that is just so players do not die and respawn on one another and break the levels. Yeah, like I said, for mechanical reasons. I honestly know next to nothing about how multiplayer co-op is implemented in this game. We've almost never engaged with it, apart from one particular escape room solution I don't want to spoil. Like, I don't want to say which level it was, but there was one particular level where there was a multiplayer gate that was part of the solution where you needed to plug in an additional controller. Or use a separate Joy-Con, which luckily is always available on the Switch. And yeah, Netcat depends on how long they are if you're doing for 1 or 2. Like I said, it's going to be the next thing immediately after this level, after I get the bonus room in this level as well, which should come soon. Okay, we haven't spawned from that pipe yet. Let's go now. Yeah, there we go. So we need to avoid running ahead to spawn the central piranha prematurely. As long as I avoid doing that, the timing here is very clean. Wall jump. Totally missed it. I came in a little bit low on the wall that time. I should actually twirl to maybe slow my descent, but I never trust the 3D World twirl because it operates so differently from the air stall in SMBU. Sailed right over. Alright, down again. And here we go. Okay. Yeah, notice how the rhythm of this particular pattern is kind of constrained by how there's this maximum distance for the Piranha Plant to travel, so it doesn't get into that floating or chomping animation since it's deflected back immediately. So that's kind of a nice subtle touch that makes this a little different from what we had seen coming out of the other pipes. You can see what a big difference there is when it does have room to chomp. So whether it chomps or not does depend on whether it has the tiles overhead to do it. And so just a lot of minor subtleties to the enemy behavior here that the level is taking advantage of all over the place. Which is why that cycle seems unusually brisk. There we go. Now, this time we actually do need to time this. There we go. And we are through. Checkpoint. Wait a minute, then did I miss something with the yellow pipe at the very end earlier by not checking that? Maybe I should have checked it. And because I thought, yeah, no, because I thought, okay, maybe this is the required route, maybe it's not. And the only thing that made me doubt it was the presence of that yellow pipe at the very end earlier, which we probably should have checked, I guess. Anyway, jumping on top of this guy a little bit late. Yeah, we should have checked the yellow pipe then, I guess. Bad idea. We needed to stomp on that and then hit the on-off switch as we were sailing to the right side, and then do the symmetrical thing from that point. Captain Redbeard, welcome. And yeah, we're coming in a bit low off that wall jump. And Captain Redbeard, thank you for the subscription, incidentally. Looking forward to resuming the escape room that we did that little preview of. Oops, no, bad idea. We needed to jump back and forth until we managed to get a good solid landing on that piranha as it dipped over. Nope. Thought I would be okay that time, but it was a little behind pace. Okay, that's fine. That's a bad idea unless you plan ahead for the fact that you do need 2 bounces. You need to hit Boom Boom from below, because that's the whole point of the on-off switches, but then you need to always do a double bounce so you restore the platform. So now that I'm actually bothering to look at this before I jump, I can see what's going on. Okay. A couple of dangerous bounces over here, as you can see, but yeah, we shouldn't just go for it. We should wait until Boom Boom's actually in position, and then gauge our timing accordingly. Whoops. You can totally tell why there's a checkpoint in this particular location. Nope. So yeah, we have to go back and check that yellow pipe then, once we're through here. Because it totally looked at first like that was the main route and that this was the side route. But I wasn't quite sure because a lot of these coins were pretty much directly on your path, and it was entirely possible until I saw the yellow pipe on the right side that... Whoops. This was just going to be the only path in that previous section. And so reading that, I was thinking, okay, maybe the yellow pipe is something we should not touch yet. Okay, once again, we actually need to aim for Boom Boom. We shouldn't just hit the on-off switches willy-nilly. Yeah, the timings here are pretty consistent once you work them out. Okay. We do need to lead him over a little bit, and oh. Not clever that time. That did offset the timing a little bit. Yeah, very clever boss fight. I always like the kind of elements where on-off switches are just used as blocks that you can hit repeatedly. We should have just gone for... no, we do need a single bounce after that if we're going to hit the on-off switch. Actually, getting him to the side and doing one hit on the on-off switch and then a single bounce on one piranha is the way to go. I have been thinking about doing the piranhas in pairs in order to hit him dead center. But no, I think it's actually better to lead him onto either side, either the left or the right, and then you do wall jump plus piranha instead. And then that way you're not at the mercy of the timing of the far side piranha, so to speak. Yeah, a little bit indecisive there as to whether I was going to hit the other plant. I should have hit the other plant and just done a low bounce off of that. Mad Cat, you're getting a little sleepy? Yeah, no pressure to stay, of course, if you can't stay for my perennially unreasonable stream times today. Okay, let's get him. Oh, whoops. Once again, I hesitated a bit on landing because I wasn't sure I wanted to hit the other piranha, but... And yeah, Mad Cat, I will definitely add you. At a certain point. Might be easier if I send you my code, in fact. And then once we get to the multi-segment, I can just approve you. Give me one moment, I will DM you. And that might work better. And I'll have a particular queuing scheme set up for that later. Depending on attendance. I'm hoping we have sufficient attendance, but... I do know that, you know, my stream times are not always going to be very cooperative for people, so... Well, hopefully, once we're more clearly at the end of this level, I've managed to call some people in, but we shall see. Whoops, no, didn't want to hit that second time. Yeah, but currently it looks like we'll have to repeat at least part of this level in order to find a secret room anyway, unless this is, of course, the secret route itself, although the checkpoint certainly doesn't make it look like it is. It looks like this is probably the main path. Oh, no. Yeah, occasionally you just need to learn how to hesitate on the on-off switches here. I feel like, whoops, I didn't want to hit that. Once again, I want to lead Boom Boom to the side if I can before we make contact, especially if I desynchronize the piranha plants the way I was doing just now. And request received. Right on time. But yeah, we'll take care of all of that once we actually get to the multi-segment. Okay, let's let him go left, and then we'll hit once. There we go. Alright, once again, let's try to get him over this side. That's 2 hits. Great. Let's try to lead him over. Yeah, wall jump method is absolutely best. We'll hop out here. That's the flag. And okay, so we needed to hit the on-off switch an additional time in order to get over to the 50 coin and into the pipe. That's the way to do it. So we're going to take the death. Actually, very good use of the spike blocks as a way to gate off the top of the flag and the yellow pipe. I'm still curious about that previous yellow pipe then. We may need to get back to that. Oops. Yeah. Let's not do that. Let's wait for the piranha plant and just do a standard jump the way we were doing previously. Hang on, I was too busy reading chat there. It goes to the end, but is the bottom pipe that is going into the ground, so it sends you back. I see. I see. So it just shows you how the ending works ahead of time, so it's not something that catches you off guard. That makes sense. That's how the pipes are matched. So we don't need to replay the course to see that. Okay, that's... Yeah, just gives you a bit of a visual clue to how true ending is going to work, which is kind of a nice touch. No. Gotta watch our piranha timing there. instead of hesitating for so long. That was nearly a miss. We found a pattern at this point, it's just a matter of executing on it. Whoa, nope. Too low on the first bounce, too high on the second. Up we go. Well, that was a little bit dangerous, dodging a fire like that. Yeah, once again, too busy watching Boom Boom, not careful enough with watching the piranhas themselves. Oh, that came in much slower than I expected. Given that I thought I had done a full jump there, but that's okay. And up we go. Okay, first hit there worked out well. That was dangerous. That was not a hit as far as I can tell. Yeah, occasionally stomping the plants in order to reset their timing actually is a good idea, so you're not caught off guard by the retraction. I like this strategy, in fact, where you stomp them preemptively to make sure they don't rise too quickly. Because the more you kill the plants, the more you can ensure that you have control over their availability. Yeah, I rather like that approach, in fact. I think it is promising. Okay, up we go. Didn't I just say we should have killed the plant? Yeah. Because initially when I saw this room for the first time, I was worried about the desynchronization. But we're going to desynchronize them anyway if we kill them at all, ever, so... The smart thing is just to stomp them as aggressively as possible, as long as I don't lose track of where I am and fall into the pit for no reason whatsoever. Which happens from time to time. Close one there. Okay. Yeah, I realized as I was going up there that the fire was going to be a problem, but that's what happens. So yeah, the hard mode ending here is just one additional on-off hit followed by an accurate landing on the warp block, as there will at that point be no platform available to do anything further. No, that was no momentum in that direction whatsoever. That was a very bad decision. So yeah, so far we've beaten that last fight once, but we can do better. Nice way of gating off the hard mode, incidentally. Just by having one additional cycle that makes things slightly more complicated. That was a jump that was supposed to be a bit of an adjustment to reset the plant so I would have it available before Boom Boom moved again, and then I once again got a little burned by that. Oh, whoops, no. That was meant to be. I bounce on a piranha. And yeah, just need to straighten out instead of doing any kind of wall slide there. Okay. That was a little bit improvisational. Maybe not in the smartest way, but we managed to get it, so. Okay. Now we... no, wait, no, I haven't killed him yet. For some reason I thought I got hit number 3 in spite of the fact that Boom Boom was still alive. That was a bit of a choke. Considering how well things were going, that I was having these totally improvisational patterns that were completely unplanned, and I was still generally doing pretty well. Okay. You know what? We'll talk too much and get shot in the face. But I was about to say something. We'll just have to demonstrate it next time instead. Okay, let's lead Boom Boom over as quickly as we can. That's a miss. We did not get hit that time. There we go. Wall jump first pattern seems to work pretty well as long as we don't get flamed. Let's wait for the next cycle on a plant. We'll prioritize watching the plant timing. That was a miss. Next plant, please. Okay. And here we go. So yeah, like I was saying, nice use of these spike blocks as a way to give the player a way to reset for another attempt at hard mode once they see what's going on, as well as act as a gating mechanism for whatever lies over here. 7! 50 and 30 and 10, that doesn't add up at all. And we have a timed hop chop. One of the most underrated and underused elements in this game. I think we're supposed to slide towards it, but we're totally going to die to the bonus segment. That's going to be spectacular. Okay. This will be interesting. Are we supposed to hit this enough that it curls around to give me access to the door? I think we are. It seems more complicated than I would have expected. Maybe there's something we're supposed to do with the hop chop here too. Yeah, you know you would die to this. I think you're supposed to just hit that once and then wall jump well enough to hit that repeatedly from that point on. We need to hit that a lot and double up on it as much as possible. Yeah, we need to be a lot more accurate. 2 hits whenever possible. Otherwise it'll just reset. Oh, we're doing it. I feel like this is encouraging you to wall slide and hit every cycle with a wall slide if you can. Yeah, the wall slide timing actually is supposed to work, I think. No, as you can see, I'm jumping a little too early and hitting a wall jump. Most brutal bonus section. Oh yeah, probably. But we'll do it. This is a matter of principle. We're not leaving that stone unturned. I mean, this is going to be literally the last section of single player 7MMC, so let's make the best of it. Improve. We've got what it takes. Nope, fire is in a bad position there. And went just a little bit too early. I was hoping the plant would come out in time. Yeah, I feel like it was supposed to be a series of slides down that wall that would then give you enough consecutive hits off every consecutive hop chop if you can make it. Nope, hang on. A little bit too much hesitation there in both directions. Yeah, let's hang left and just dodge the plant instead of hitting it. We should just say consistently we'll go for plant. Number 2, whoops, trying to dodge fire and get up to the on-off switch at the same time. That did not work. That was a contradiction. Contradiction in favor of the fire. Whoops.
Oh no!
Well, that could have gone better. That could also have gone better. And... no. That was not meant to be a hit. For obvious reasons. You probably don't want to be exiting this room in the off state, even if you were reasonably accurate, because you would just drop into the abyss. I don't think you can anyway, so... yeah, let's just wait for an additional cycle here and just have Boom Boom stick around on the left side. Forcing him into the corner is the approach. Yeah, we just force him into a single side consistently, and we dodge one Piranha Plant. Yep, that's the way to do it. You just stick to one side and do the same pattern every time, and just watch the Piranha for its availability. Because Boom Boom is going to be a fairly large target. And that might happen, but that's okay, because at least we know how to reproduce the fight pretty cleanly. We have a method for the fight, so even if we choke on something like that, we'll have some kind of recourse afterwards. Okay, that was a hit. Have to be very careful about watching whether something is going to be hit or not. Just wait for an opportunity. Oh, that's a miss. Just watch the fire from time to time and not fall completely off over there. So, okay, now here comes the real test. So yeah, I'm fairly confident it is going to be bounces followed by wall slides. And you do get a chance to recover if you miss like that, but you know, if I were able to get a wall jump on the left side of the exclamation block and go over it and then ground pound it, I would still be in trouble because it would curl around the door. Like, it's going to curl around the left side, right? And so you would still need to enter from the bottom right over here. Nope. A little bit too slow, but that is the method. The timing works out well if you just don't wall jump prematurely before contact with the hop chop has been made. It feels quite good to do it this way, actually, until you miss the final jump. But the timing seems to work out quite well, as long as you make sure you dip down to the yellow pipe before hitting the jump button. Yeah, that's how to do it. And here's the hidden K. And a hidden L. The hidden K is kind of a classic bonus secret of Cavic levels that we've seen many times in the past. The hidden L for Lecter is only too appropriate when you see how these plants and mice have been used in conjunction here in the Italo-Norwegian restaurant. Anyway, that's going to be GG as we get this little... Ooh, let's take a look at that again. That looks like... Is that a... Oh yeah, those are two flags. Those are the Italian and Norwegian flags. And as you can see, they're represented by two different species of piranha plant as well. True to their regional variation depending on the climate in which you're going to cultivate them. Yeah, we'd better leave. And we'll do the cat climb up the flag because we can. And that settles it. Yeah, who would have thought that you could grow piranha plants in Norway and that they would be the ones that set things on fire? I guess that's their survival mechanism. Anyway, Bitevine Pipeline. A wonderful conclusion to this week on the single player side. Life finds a way. Let's take a look at the comments. Meanwhile, if people are interested in joining the multiplayer lobby, do let me know and we'll start passing a friend code around. I did design a scheme for what would happen in the event that we have more than 3 people interested at a time. But we'll see who's actually able to join. And in the meantime, I'll introduce the multiplayer levels. And look at this from Document. That's quite a beautiful piece. And look at this from Bang Bang 69. That's... I mean, yeah, I guess that's Piranha Mang. And I hope you enjoyed the results of our collab. Yeah. Very much so. Oh, this was really a great finish. Anyway. 0.82, it actually felt easier than 0.82, but I think some of the additional attempts to try to get the bonus definitely lowered that somewhat, and I'm quite happy with the method that we found for approaching the boss fight at the end. Anyway, so I was saying, multiplayer levels, there are 3 of them. I will try to do all 3, and we have a few more viewers now, so hopefully we'll have some people with their games open who can join in, otherwise maybe you're able to put a call out to recruit people if needed. But there are 3 of them. There is Crossroads, which is going to be the first one of the set, uploaded by Ronaldo. Work with 4 friends to escape the mysterious force that has separated you. So everybody, I think, looks at different rooms, and you kind of have to share information. Breaking the 4th Wall, which is the 4-player cooperative puzzle, which you launch in versus mode, because that in itself is a puzzle. And then there is Sabotage, which is the 2v2. So, what we'll be doing is we will first of all be changing my stream title to reflect the fact that we're going to be doing the multiplayer section at this point. And just give me one moment here. Seven Multi Mario Carnage, let's say that, 7 MMC. And let's get rid of some of the spam here too. Okay, so here's how it's going to work. We're going to plug and play with friends. We're going to create a room. But we need some friends to come in first, and so we'll be distributing some friend codes to people who are interested. And the way that we'll do it is I've pre-downloaded the courses in advance. I'll be introducing them in the usual way, and we'll hopefully get a party of 4 together. So, Natcat, you said you were interested and available while you're still awake for maybe 1 or 2. And, oh yeah, I should actually bring you in since you did send in the friend request. Just one moment while we get this set up. I was not using my controller that actually had the home button on it, so I had to reach over to my system just now. So we'll plug in Natcat here and approve. And look at that, we're now friends. Imagine that. And Document, yeah, Document, let me DM you my friend code and then bring you in. So that's 2, and we will need a third. Well, Nat Cat, some of it is cooperative puzzle solving, so I don't think it's a matter of keeping up. And in the meantime, I'm going to read the level description for the first one here. So, the first one is going to be Crossroads. 4 friends entered this winter wonderland only to become separated. And yeah, Ronaldo, you do know the levels way too well as the person who uploaded it. They can see one another, but a mysterious force will not allow them to join together. Players must figure out the puzzle on their own screen while sharing items and resources in order to escape the crossroads. 4 players are required. Voice chat is highly recommended to coordinate. We won't be doing a live voice chat. I mean, I don't think anybody here really wants to hear what I sound like anyway. No, I hope that streamer talking plus text chat will still make for a reasonably coordinated experience. And Document, you noticed Sabotage 1? Yeah, I know it's 2v2. It has some replayability to it, I'm sure. And yeah, Ronaldo, if we really can't get someone in, we can get you into Phil, but obviously as the person who designed it, I'm sure you'd prefer the privilege of sitting back and watching people solve it the real way. So yeah, if we can call in a 4th, that would be fantastic. Yeah, Captain Redbeard. The only thing you need to do to join is, first of all, I will DM you my friend code. And then you need to go into Network Play. And then you go to Play with Friends, and then My Room will at that point be available once I refresh. So, Redbeard, let me DM you my code as well. And let's make sure... Yeah, once we have all the requests in, then we'll get the room going. And we'll have the full party. So we'll just wait until the Switch tells me that we've had some people punch my code in. And we'll bring in who we can. And Natcat, you joined? Okay, great. We'll need some more coming in. Oh, Document. No, I sent it to you on Twitch. I actually don't have my Discord open. I can send it to you on Discord instead. Yeah, Twitch Whispers. And same thing, Captain Redbeard. Yeah, normally I'd use Discord for this, but was trying to reduce some of my CPU load today to try to resolve some of the sound problems, so I turned Discord off for the time being. But yeah, once we get a request in from Document and Redbeard, we'll get in here, and we'll see how things go. Okay, that's request number 1. And here's Document. And we approve. Document, I think your, not to draw attention to it, I'm pretty sure your playtime in this game is the highest of what I've seen yet, but I haven't added a lot of people onto my list, so. And I've seen some pretty impressive figures, especially with people over multiple accounts. But I mean, you don't get that prolific without putting in a time, so. Okay, we got a full party. Let's see if we can do this. So at this point, I should have all 3 of you Netcat, Donkeyman, and Redbeard. In here, I don't know if you've actually been able to join the lobby yet. Yeah, Netcat's in here. And we'll be starting with this one. You have pretty high playtime, but your stats as far as things you've actually beaten are hilariously low. I mean, you've been spending most of your time making, I'm pretty sure. And also playing levels that might require more dedication. It's a very different story for people who just, you know, do endless normal all day. I'm sure. So yeah, we've got myself, we've got Netcat, Redbeard, and just waiting for the Donkey Mints from Donkey Mint Incorporated to drop into the 4th slot. And it is going to be multiplayer versus that we use to launch this, in spite of the fact that it is, as the description said, a cooperative level. Hey, there we go. Hey, you know, just for posterity, I'm going to see if I can... Oh. Group shot. Had to reach over my Joy-Cons for this because I'm actually on my Super Nintendo controller. Anyway, multiplayer versus, let's do it. And hopefully the network will hold up. Okay, 4-player versus. I've got Toad. And it looks like the positions are initially randomized. And so, first person to goal wins. Although... yeah. Okay, so... okay, not too laggy. I think it works. You've got Yoshi and a P-Balloon at the beginning. You've got a Spike over here, and... I guess we need to take the P-Balloons each, and we just need to bust through the pipes. And... And yeah, Netcat, I'm here in Canada, so hopefully the ping is not going to be too bad. But I guess we're supposed to enter different rooms here. So, wait, that's not enterable? What about this one over here? I mean, we're supposed to get through the ice, so clearly we're supposed to perhaps drop fire and eventually... okay, no, I can actually enter this room. And then we've got a P-switch gate. At least from what I'm seeing. There should be no P-Balloons. That's a single player exit. Wait, let's... didn't I launch this in Versus? I thought I launched this in Versus. Should we start over? Hang on, let's start over. Or does that just make me start over? I did launch it in Versus, right? So what's the issue here? Okay, so we got the single player exit. Let's try this again. Let's figure out what happened. Well, congratulations. Yeah, I thought I queued for a multiplayer versus, right? So Ronaldo, let me know if we did anything wrong. That was fun. Let's go again. Going for that speed record. So the instructions did say Q in versus, right? And I thought we had. Oh, you think a death happened and it might have reset a Yoshi. How did a death happen so soon? Did somebody just jump into the spike, maybe? Oh, I bet somebody just jumped into the spike. Huh. Oh, I see. Okay, so the P-Balloon over here... yeah. So you're supposed to have a fire flower come out of this location here, right? So somebody should jump on me and tap the pipe so we get fire. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now I need to... or who am I anyway? I am Mario, yeah. Hang on. I would need to shoot fire over to the right side, but I don't have the ability to do so unless somebody pushes me. Can somebody push me? There we go. There we go. Much better. Okay, we got it. Victory. Victory is assured. And Jajeria, welcome. Don't know you've had the stream experience with this one already, but... I haven't touched multiplayer since near the launch of this game in 2019, so a lot of these mechanics will be unfamiliar. Also, somebody could have pushed me through, but I guess we'll just be pushed by this block instead. And yeah, so we're all going to take the different rooms, and so these ones have been claimed already, and then so I guess I'll claim this one. Right. Okay, so all three of you are off screen now, and I'm going to talk about my puzzle while you work on yours. And I see directionally... Oh no, we can actually transfer locations. I see Luigi over here. Ubiquitous Swedish fish, just in time, exactly. So I have a snake block over here. And a one-way panel that I can't move past. We have on my screen fire that Luigi is attempting to fire at me. Actually, if Luigi crouches over here, I can push Luigi over to my area. If you come over to where I am, I should be able to give you a push. If you just crouch and... Whoops, no, hang on. Well, now we can push each other back, I suppose. Whoops. Or just dash through. You should be able to just dash through, in fact. But the idea is that we want to sneak one of us with a fire flower up to the left, right? So I think one of us would need to take damage. And the other one... Yeah, one of us takes damage and the other one keeps the flower. And I can push you through, so... whoops. Like I said, one of us should probably take damage, but... And... Oh, that works. That works. Excellent. Okay, great. We've opened up a gate. Now we have a way to get multiple people with flowers up here. And now... Oh, you're able to go to the screen on the right. I'm not able to do so yet. I haven't been able to scroll over there at all. So... Oh, I've got a donut block over here on the left side. So what I'm looking at on the left, I don't know how other people are scroll stopped around me, but as a Mario, I have a twister on the left side that is meant to send an object up and eventually bounce up towards a spring. Actually, no, somebody needs to stuff a character in here. Because whoever gets stuffed in this bumper would then have the ability to grab the spring on the top left. The donut falls through your screen. That's interesting. Yeah, so the only person I've been in contact with so far is Luigi, as the person who's in the Mario room. Oh, Bone Shell. Yes, Bone Shell is actually exactly what I need. Whoever kicked a Bone Shell over, please do that again. Bone Shell is exactly what I need. Because I need to fall through a bumper. I specifically need to fall through a bumper. I guess the track is actually the screen boundary. The track must be telling me what the screen boundary is for the other players. So yeah, so Luigi, if Luigi could pass me the Bone Shell, I'm then able to pass the trampoline over to the right. Okay, so I understand this now. So when you see the vertical tracks in each of these sections, the vertical tracks are your neighbor's screen boundary in terms of what they can see. I'm pretty sure. And it means that we're able to pass objects onto each other. But we're only able to relay them one half screen at a time. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. That I'm able to relay an item over to Luigi, but then Luigi needs to somehow relay items over to Toadette and Toad. Now, I know from the donut block drop earlier that the donut block and the vine that have spawned going downwards have reached somebody else. That somebody, presumably who Redbeard is playing, is able to see the donuts and the vine. And that we're able to send information downwards. In fact, I see on my marker that Toadette is the one in the lower left. Yeah, so the indicators of the other players' positions are actually relevant here, because they tell you who is on what screen. Yeah, I don't have any sense whatsoever of how camera logic in multiplayer works, so this is completely new to me. It's kind of like learning the rules of the game for the first time again. And so I've regained the bone shell and trampoline. And so I actually do need a trampoline plus another object, because if I have trampoline plus an object, then I'm able to enter a door. Unless, no, that's the door that I dropped in the first place to get here, so probably not. Also, if there's any point to my firing a fire flower to the right, I could potentially do that to do something interesting. Also, if there's a way to send a bomb over, that might accomplish something as well. Because the way I'm looking at this currently is that I'm able to do bone shell plus spring to potentially get through a bumper. No, I can't, because it doesn't get into the bone form. You don't see any point. Oh, music died. Yeah, I don't want to do my music reset right now, because it might actually disconnect me the way I typically do it. So you may have to go without game audio for the time being, until we're done with this round. You and Toad are making moves, okay. Toadette needs to help the top. Yeah, there's a vine, Redbeard, because I did spawn a vine down to Toadette's position earlier. When you told me that you could see the donut block, I figured that you could also see the vine. And then that's the only thing I've been able to communicate to you so far, unless you're able to send something up the track. So maybe the track isn't the screen boundary after all. Maybe I'm misinterpreting that. But if the track isn't the screen boundary, then perhaps something is able to go up through it, like you're able to send something to the top. You're basically locked until someone activates a P-switch. I do see a P-switch on my screen. It is on the right side of my screen boundary. But I have no way to get there right now, so. You're not sure what to do with this. There's a blaster in a clown car with a turn block and a cloud above it. Interesting. A blaster in a clown car with a turn block and a cloud above it. Is there anything that you can do to manipulate the clown car by bumping it or something? Yeah, if the P-switch is active, the clown car gets loose. Yeah, because the turn block would be the thing that's keeping it in place, potentially, so. In fact, I do see the top of your blaster, and the clown car would be in its own layer, if I understand this correctly, because the blaster is in the clown car layer and it's avoiding collision with the ground right now. I can actually see the very top of the blaster right beside the vine that I sent down to where you are. It's behind a one-way, so you can't interact. Okay. You don't see anything on your side that you can do besides getting a dry bucket. Yeah, so in Luigi's position currently, there is access to spring as well as to the fire flower, and access to a damage state as well. Are the screens 2x2? I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, but anyway, time's up. Now, here's the thing: if we run out of time, is that potentially we may be able to change positions. Like I said, I'm not resetting my audio right now because I don't want to accidentally disconnect. Although maybe I can. Actually, give me one moment. I'm going to see if I can fix this. Just give me 1 second. Hopefully it will not take down my whole stream in the process. Okay. Is audio coming back? Let's just take a look here. Top 2 screens overlap, bottom 2 screens overlap. Okay, let's see. Audio should be back. Now, here's the thing, is that we're able to change rooms on further attempts. Because the platform that we took earlier determines which room we see. Yeah, document, like I was saying, I assumed that the vertical tracks that we saw were what denoted the screen boundary. So the one that you saw that was intersecting the P-switch on the pipe up top when you were playing as Luigi was the rightmost extent of where I could go. And I think the track that I saw on my screen was the leftmost extent of where you could go. And I could see from the player positioning that... well, first of all, let's grab fire. I could see from the player positioning that Toadette at that time was in the bottom left position, and Toad was in the bottom right. So I need people to push me over. Currently, I'm Toad. At this time around. So, we don't need to go into the same door as we did last time if anybody wants to change over to a different part of the solution. In fact, for the purpose of seeing more of the level on stream, maybe that's a good idea to change things up a little bit. So, I think the rooms... Well, I mean, I don't remember the order. I know I took the left one last time. Oh, I see. So, the left two doors are left and right side of the top room. The right two doors are left and right side of the bottom room. So if I take third position here as Toad, I should see the room that Redbeard saw last time. And indeed I do. So, no, I'm on the bottom right rather. So never mind. So yeah, I'm pretty sure the vertical tracks are what I interpreted them to be, which is that they are the screen boundary. And we see the top and bottom. So whoever is in Luigi's position... So what we discovered about the top half, as you may have seen on the stream just now, is that Mario and Luigi in the top position right now can push each other through the spike area that's at the bottom. And that's how you sneak the Fire Flower across to the left side and allow the person who's currently playing Luigi to release the ice blocks. Then you need to cooperate to get the bone shell over to the top left position. Because whoever has the bone shell is able to then go up to Twister to the left side of what should be Luigi's screen, I think. And then, if you're able to drop through that bumper, you're able to spawn a vine down to Toadette's starting position. So yeah, you're not actually allowed to cross the boundary. It's not... yeah, because you're actually screen-locked. Each player is screen-locked horizontally. And there's kind of a half-screen overlap between two adjacent players. Now, as Toad, at the bottom position, I have access to a snowball, but that's all I have so far. There also seems to be a flame on the right side of my screen that looks potentially like it's something that Yoshi could capture if we need fire at a later point. In fact, I strongly suspect that I need access to a Yoshi at some point to grab fire and then project it to the left in order to release ice from the pipe that should be on the top right of Toadette's screen. Yeah, co-op allows players to die and spawn to one another, and that breaks the levels. Yeah, as you were explaining. So yeah, currently what I remember of Mario and Luigi's screen is that whatever Mario is seeing... Oh, Mario released a snake block. Yeah, currently whatever Mario is seeing... the two of you up top need access to a bone shell to spawn a vine into the Toadette screen, and then also acquire a fire flower. Or acquire a spring, rather. You can acquire a trampoline now, and yeah, it looks like down here I'm waiting to eventually receive Spiny Hat and P-switch. Also, I have mushrooms, so I can now bust through something on my end. And I have Yoshi. Okay, great. So whoever's playing Toadette, I'm about to progress, I think, as soon as I have something that allows me to send Yoshi way up top. Okay, maybe not then. No, I have it. I'm going to push Yoshi over to the right side. Okay, no, I've got it. So, Toadette, I am going to grab Yoshi and I'm going to release the ice blocks from the pipe that should be visible to you in the top right position. And yeah, you got a dry bone shell? Okay, great. I also have access to a snowball currently, which I've placed in the central section that we share. So, okay, ice is going to be released, and then that's going to give us some item. So Toadette should have had some item from the pipe now. I didn't see what it was, but potentially something important. And you're just taking a snowball. I'm also able to shove a Yoshi your way if Yoshi is going to be useful in any respect. Oh, I see there's actually another thing I can melt down here that I did not melt. So let's give Yoshi another push. Let's melt the right side of that central bumper that separates the bottom of my screen and Toadette's screen. You dropped the mine down, excellent. You say this level would be awesome in lobbies, but not the actual versus pool. Yeah, we've got 200 seconds before the next change. And yeah, I actually kind of liked seeing a different aspect of this as well, so... Okay, I've got a key. Toad has a key. Toad does not have anywhere to put the key. Oh, Toad now has a trampoline, which... in conjunction with something else would allow me to go through the door where I spawned it initially, but... Oh, spiny head. Yeah, no. Toadette needs to break the hard block with a spiny head. Top right. If Toadette comes here, I have left a spring, and it should be visible on your screen. Yeah, you can break that. So next, if we have a P-switch, then Toad and Toadette are able to progress through a blue pipe. Toad currently has a key. I have no idea where I can plug in the key, at least. Not yet. And Electrodude, welcome. Yeah, if we have something to stand on that can be launched above a spring down here, that would be great, but... Yeah, currently Toad is just holding a key, and I assume that we just need to plug the key in at the end once we escape through a pipe, perhaps. And the key door would eventually bring everybody forward, and that would be the end of the solution. And yeah, no additional Yoshi spawns. The item logic here is a little bit different than what we're used to, so... okay, so... Does anybody up top need a snowball? Because I don't know how to convey it elsewhere, but we're able to move a snowball around as well as a Yoshi downstairs. And indeed, since I'm done with the Yoshi on my screen... in fact, if you need to melt any ice, I should actually load Yoshi with fire. And remember that Yoshi can be loaded with anything, too. That Yoshi's able to transport items. And if I load Yoshi with fire ahead of time, then you have fire access. Oh, also key access, because this is multiplayer versus, and you can transfer keys at any time. Yeah, last time you were given fire loaded Yoshi. Okay, great. And then we're going to do the same here. We're going to send fire Yoshi over to the left side then. And hopefully that will suffice. And we've also got a key that's going to be transferred there. Natcat, you see breakable blocks on your screen above you that you can't access. If you have a spring plus a spiny hat, are you able to access them? Because we have access to both of those down here. And yeah, we're about to hit the timer. Once we hit the timer, I will probably change rooms again on the next attempt so we can see a different room on screen. Even though I guess maybe that breaks a bit of the communicative element of this game in terms of people not being able to see each other. I mean, we're still communicating, and we still have to, but I guess that would reveal the layout. Which is fine, because, you know, we're streaming it, and that seems to be the idea. Unless, of course, we could plug everything in the remaining few seconds. Yeah, I think Spiny had originated with Toadette's room. I think it originated after Fire Yoshi opened up the horizontal blue pipe. And yeah, Electrodude, I'm not really set up well to do voice chat at the same time as streaming right now. But we're managing. We're managing. And Electrodude, like I was saying, it's not like anybody here wants to hear what I sound like when I talk. Oh, also, I'm able to get additional Yoshis. I don't know what happened to the previous Yoshi, but I actually am able to spawn up to 4 Yoshis, aren't I? If I send them to... Or am I? Okay, so here's an idea. I'm actually able to spawn additional Yoshis. I saw that there was a Yoshi running around in Toadette's Corner earlier, and that I was nevertheless able to spawn another one. So I think if other players grab a Yoshi, I should be able to get more. You just now figured out what you can do with Yoshi. Yeah, there are a lot of things we can load with Yoshi to transfer multiple items between rooms. A blaster popped up here and spawned a Yoshi egg at the last second. So, Captain Redbeard, I think that might be the clown car interaction. Okay, don't commit. If you want to go back to the same spot, do claim it. Let's do it again. I'm willing to trade off spots, of course, so we can see more of the stream. Yeah, so previously I took the leftmost door, and then last time I took the third door from the left, so... I'd be quite happy to trade over, but if anybody wants to do the same thing to continue what they were doing, that's great too. In fact, even if we beat the level on this run, I'd probably want to load back in anyway, just to see the layout of the room we were missing, so we can kind of inspect it visually. So, anyway, this is going to be the Fire Flower push. Whoever has the Fire Flower, get down here. Toadette is going to be pushed through, and then you can shoot. And then we'll all get on, and... Okay. And yeah, Toadette needs to get squished in order to proceed. So Document wants to retake that room if you've been playing as Luigi. Yeah, so I think I'll take the bottom left room this time, the one that the last Toadette was taking. And we'll see... Oh, you got the wrong room. Okay, never mind. So you want to die. Okay, that's okay. I mean, I probably could have taken that room anyway. Okay, so yeah, if you want to change rooms, you can just off yourself that way. And we probably don't want to burn too much time on the clock, though. Yeah, you love the little touches like the snowmen do that. Exactly. Okay, so I'll take this room. I haven't seen it yet. I'll take the top right room. Yeah, Electrodude, I'm not going to mess with the sound while we're in the middle of an attempt, because while it's been failing quite a bit today, I think it's probably better if we don't potentially interrupt the session in case disasters happen. Okay. So, yeah, I've currently got a blaster. I have the Fire Flower, and I can do the push to send Toad over so Toad can unlock and allow me to have access to the Snake Block. Okay, Snake Block is going to displace nothing because I need to reset through a door then, don't I? Yeah, no. Snake Block is going to reset, and then I take it up to a pipe that's going to give me Bone Shell. Great. Bone Shell is something I'm going to send over to the left side because that is what allows a Toad to grab the spring in the top left and also spawn Divine down to Luigi's position. And that's what that sequence is going to be. So eventually in the top right position I will want a Spiny Hat. And so we'll have to figure out how that Spiny Hat is going to be transferred. Currently, I'm able to do an up throw that then does what? Almost gets me a 10 coin. Okay, so I've got a trampoline that I can't really use for any other purpose. At least it doesn't seem so. because there's a blaster that we didn't really do anything with. If Toad is able to transfer that anywhere else, maybe that's useful, but... Oh, yeah, no, if I have an object to stand on, I can respawn through the door, but then that was the entry door, so maybe that's not useful. Let's send a bone shell over again in case the bone shell is useful anywhere else. Whoops. Yeah. But yeah, for those of you playing at the bottom, it sounds like you figured out what's going on with Yoshi at this stage. At least I can hear the sound effect locally, even if it's not coming through on the stream. But you should be able to grab Fire Yoshi, or rather, regular Yoshi, gobble up the fire that's in the top right, and then open up the ice pipe in the central section, which I think gets you Spiny Head. And, oh, you got Yoshi, great. I don't know what Yoshi will be useful for here. Yoshi must have come from that clown car blaster we were talking about earlier. Potentially, Yoshi would be able to grab... Yoshi's able to grab a sideways trampoline. If anybody needs a sideways trampoline, I think we can actually manage that. Whoops. Might be interesting, actually, if we need it to bounce anything. Whoops. There's a push. Yeah. Okay, Netcat, you've got a shell bit. Excellent. Also, yeah, now I'm in position to release a big buzzy shell. That seems to be the thing that breaks things open. We need a deflection on a big buzzy shell. So, Toad, you should have seen the big buzzy come into your screen just now. You need to position a sideways spring that deflects the big buzzy to the right side. On your top left, you should have a position that you can use to do that. Also, let me think about this. Actually, I probably need one of those sideways trampolines back, because I think I need to reset through the door to get the big buzzy to come back out. So, yeah, let's see if I can do this. Or maybe not. No, I can do this. Let's release this. Oh, I've got a Yoshi down here that was sent to me. Should be able to come back down to you. Whoops, hang on. Let's see if I can drop this. So I can reset through the door and then get back to the buzzy. Hang on. Huh. Oddly, oh, because of the one-way panel. Okay, no, I need to be small for this. I need to lose everything for this, possibly. But the ice coin. Yeah, that's the thing I was thinking about Stalker, is that I am trying to use the sideways trampoline as a platform for the door, but I need to be small to get through the door because of the one-way panel guarding it, so... that's okay, I have a way to take damage, so I can do that. Because I need to get the buzzy respawned. Because that's how we open up the pipe that gets me to the P-switch. The only step we're missing right now is deflecting the buzzy to the right side. So, no, Donkeyman, I know how to access the P-switch. The step I'm missing right now is that... So, okay, that does not reload the Big Buzzy Beetle then. What does reload the Big Buzzy Beetle? Do I need to die to do that? Okay, but no, because I launched a Buzzy Beetle from the top right position in the top half earlier. It will not respawn in multiplayer. Okay, so then are we dead? Because I thought the idea was that the Buzzy was supposed to go left and then hit a spring that would then open up. Oh, okay, you have to reset the entire room of all players. Okay, we're about to time out anyway then. Okay, maybe that's not part of the solution then. Maybe it was part of a single player gate or something. But it seems like the whole point of going to this 10 coin position here was to drop the Buzzy in the first place. Captain Redbeard, yeah, it's possible to go through a door if you need to reset the room. I mean, on the lower level, do you currently have access to a sideways trampoline, or could you use one? Because the Yoshis on the top half are able to get them. So previously I thought that the thing you would need here is going to be a spiny shell, but it's clear to me that the big Buzzy was actually the thing that needed to happen. And resetting doesn't reset broken blocks though. Yeah, because in the room that's in the top right, I had access to dropping a big Buzzy that was able to destroy hard blocks and potentially open a door to the P-switch if it just got deflected one way. But the deflection didn't happen, and so we didn't break the path to the P-switch. But anyway, that's going to be the end of this timer. Let me try to fix my sound while we're at it. You think you can spin a horizontal spring onto a vertical spring up into the Buzzy to bounce it over? I actually don't remember what that position looks like, so yeah, Document, you'd like to go to the same room again, that's fine. Let me try to fix my sound first, and we'll hopefully not break anything too badly. And I'll be right back. And then we'll queue in once again. You melt ice with the Yoshi that have fire in his mouth. Yeah, because that releases something from that blue pipe that goes to whoever's in the bottom left position. So the screen that I have not seen so far is the one with the clown car, and that's, I think, the one that Document wanted to return to, right? If that's the screen that you've been working on. So yeah, I can take whatever. I've seen all of the other rooms at this point. Yeah, it spits out shell notes. That's what I thought it did, because that seemed to be the step. Okay, let's push Toadette. Toadette can take everything out. Good thing we're no longer dealing with that thing in the 1.0 patch where the different characters had different fireball projectile trajectories. Oh, I got thrown into this room. That's fine. We'll take it. This is where I was previously, so we'll just do it. Okay, so I do know my sequence at this point. I need... yeah, Luigi can come over. I will push a crouching Luigi over to the left side. And then if you break things open for me, I'm able to then take the Fire Flower and get the Bone Shell. So I've got the same room as last time on my end. I'm able to get a Bone Shell, and the Bone Shell can be sent to Luigi on the left to get a vertical trampoline. So, here you are. Just notice the pipes up top have 1 and 2 blocks. Is this to indicate single player and co-op roads? In the beginning room, yeah, the top... Well, we never used the top left, but I think that's because that was dependent on the P-balloon anyway, right? Like, that's the P-balloon exit for single player. The top left pipe in the beginning room is the P-balloon exit. That is single player only, assuming things are working. Okay, I don't know how Yoshi was conveyed to me earlier. I think it depended on whatever the clown car interaction was, which I've heard about but haven't seen. because that should raise a blaster into Luigi's room, which is currently top left. Luigi's room, once you have the blaster, that should get me a Yoshi. Once I have a Yoshi, that will get me the horizontal springs. And horizontal springs will then A, get me access to a Buzzy Beetle, and B, well, allow me to pass horizontal springs elsewhere. But the idea is that would open up the P-switch. Top left needs the people in the hit. Oh, yeah. I see what you're talking about. Okay. So currently in my room, I'm just waiting on a Yoshi. I can supply a Bone Shell. I can also supply the Spring and the Fire Flower. But the idea is whoever's currently in Luigi's room, if you can potentially position a vertical spring on the top of your screen, that will resolve a number of issues. Okay, so currently I'm going to spit out a horizontal spring onto Luigi's side. If you can get it onto your top half, above the platform to the left of, well, it would be kind of top center in your screen. If there's some way that you can reposition the horizontal trampoline up there, then the Buzzy Shell is able to get to the P-switch, and then the P-switch activation will be taken care of at that point. Either that, or we need to convey a spiny helmet up to my position. You can throw the spring up into the shell. Yeah, Captain Redbeard, up throw is actually pretty important here. But currently, I don't think I have any additional interactions, so... You think you can throw the spring up into the shell? Do you mean the Buzzy Shell that comes over, or some different shell? Because I still have a Dry Bone Shell that I'm able to pass around. Since Dry Bone Shell tends to respawn every time... Whoops, I accidentally hit the Buzzy Shell. Oh, never mind. Launched it too early. Yeah, sorry about that. I launched it too early. I got bounced into it. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, P-switch is done. There we go. Okay, enter the pipe. Luigi, I think you can enter the pipe. Or... Oh, no, that's just a P-switch. Okay, we have P-switches galore now. And we're able to enter a pipe with the P-switch. Okay, so Luigi and Mario have been able to exit. But then somebody needs to step on Toad for the key. So the key is actually in the bottom right room, which I think was Toad's room. And you get to it by firing a fireball from Yoshi into the bumper. If you fire a fireball from Yoshi into the bumper, that gives you access to the note blocks. The note blocks give you the key. Then the key needs to be transferred between players by way of stomping or by way of just entering the pipe that you've unlocked. So if Toad has the key, you need to exit out the pipe that you've opened up for yourself. Or I can just take a look at what's here. Oh, that's a GG, okay. Wait, no. We want to do the key because that's potentially the balloon exit. So do not exit out the green pipe yet. Plug in the key first because I think that actually is the secret. I'm looking at the GG screen right now as Mario because I went through the green pipe. And I'm not taking the goal yet because I'm seeing that Toad had... well, I mean, I'm not seeing whatever it is you're seeing. You can restart if you want to see the balloon, okay. Yeah, wrapping my head around multiplayer camera logic has been definitely a bit of an adjustment. Oh, let's not bump into the muncher. That would be a bad idea. Yeah. Very interesting to see how these various player gates actually work. Okay, let's see the balloon screen then. Second key. Well, I guess we have work to do. Okay. Key balloon. Interesting. Where are all these pea balloons coming from then? Oh, there's a note block over here. What if we... Well, bounce into the note block. Okay. Pea balloons galore. Interesting. Well, I mean, we got a second key to recover them. That's the short of it. So Toad is able to bust into everything over there. The second door lets you go inside. Yeah, I mean, evidently we need to see where that second key is coming from. You have yet to see people figure out the second key. Okay, well, I mean, clearly we need to set a precedent. Is it something that we can recover from the level at this stage, though? Let's take a look here. So, who came through... Oh no, the green pipe is the single-player gate, isn't it? That's the single-player gate with the people in. Okay. So there isn't going to be anything here. Let me take a look. Okay. Nothing there as well. I think we'll need to start over, given that we have 25 seconds on the clock. But that's okay, we can do another round and possibly change some rooms now that we figured things out. It is in the puzzle, yeah. Yeah. I would think so, but everybody would need to inspect their respective rooms for something like that note block that we saw in bottom right. So anyway, document reached the goal just in time. And we all lost, but okay. Well, clearly we want to look for that second key, right? So, unless people much object. If you'd prefer to move on to the other levels first, that's fine. Just speak up. Yeah. And for people who came in later, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to rotate people in as well. Second key or death, exactly. I don't think you need to give a vague general hint just yet. I think we can maybe play around a little bit first. The document's taking the same room again, which is also the one room that I think I have not been able to show off yet, but that's okay. Yeah, if you're taking room 4, that's the one I have not seen. But that's okay. If we know that the one key we've had so far was accessible from room 3, which is the one that spawns you in the bottom right position. Also, yeah, I realize my audio has just gone kaput again. That happens. And we'll just try to manage. I'll take whichever room people are not taking, so take your pick. I'll actually take the one that I originally started with. We'll just change things over a little bit. Yeah, I see what's going on with the Buzzy Shell. The Buzzy Shell would have ended up in a bumper position, and an up throw into it was what deflected it and opened up the P-switch. Okay, so If Mario would kindly push me over to the left, we'll continue from there. And then Mario should be able to take the snake block up to the top right and then get a bone shell, and then I will need a bone shell on my end over here. Yeah, if Mario rises snake block and opens up the top right pipe, then the bone shell in that position is something that you should be able to convey to me over on the left. And yep, I'll just take it. Whoops. If I may. Then I will be dropping a donut block as well as a vine. So, yeah, I currently don't see where the second key could be coming from just yet, but anyway, here you go. Yeah, so if Mario up throws into the blaster, that then opens up the blaster to give you access to the sideways trampolines once we get Yoshi's. We'll get Yoshi's once the clown car is taken care of on Toad's screen. Welcome back, GameStand. Okay, I guess it is just flickering in and out. It's been pretty glitchy today. So yeah, if on Toad's screen the interactions eventually shake out to raise the clown car with a blaster that I've been told about, the blaster should give us Yoshi's on the top half. Yoshi's on the top half then give us trampolines as well as the Buzzy Shell and a P-switch. Yeah. But then we still need to take care of the second key. Also, there's one thing that I haven't considered, which is that I think I might be able to send a Yoshi through the bumpers on the left side. Or send... that doesn't get me anything other than the additional window, so... Anyway, yeah, I'm going to send some Yoshis over to the right. Let's do that. Yoshis to the right side will open up the... Whoops. We'll open up the Buzzy Shell. Yeah, so if Mario would like to grab some of the sideways trampolines, that will then be something that we can use over here. Yeah, because Mario can then roll the Buzzy Shell over, and then that will open up the P-switch for everybody. Good. Great, great, great. That's exactly how things should go. P-switch is now open. Before we proceed, let's think about what a P-switch can do that we haven't considered previously, because we kind of sped right past everything else after this point. And big of a Swedish fish, you're seeing so many soft lock preventions, yeah. Probably. So before we proceed, let's take a look at what the candidates for the second key could be. And moreover, what we should take forward with Yoshi into the eventual People in room. Because I'm not sure I see what we haven't interacted with yet that we might wish to inspect. When you went through judging, they wanted you to adjust the aesthetics, but most of the stuff is to prevent soft locks. Oh, you mean, yeah, things like semi-solid placements and one-way panels and the like. So anyway, we are able to proceed through to the exit room, but we're then able to proceed back afterwards, and perhaps that will affect the camera spawning position. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take Yoshi, and I'm going to go through the pipe, and then I'm going to try to return through the pipe using the sideways trampoline. That is not going to work because... Okay, I need somebody to take a Yoshi with a vertical spring in with them to the exit room. Or actually, just take a... You don't need to take a Yoshi necessarily. You can just take a vertical spring with you. Because I think I can enter one of the other sides. I think I can go backwards into the other half of the puzzle. But in order to do that, yeah, great. Okay, so here's how we're going to do it. We can now all enter this side of the puzzle. And then grab all sorts of things to our heart's content. We can in fact respawn through anybody's door. That doesn't get me additional keys, though. You have not seen this done before. Well, I mean, it's doable, so... And you're basically inviting us to explore. Well, that still doesn't give us headway to any additional keys, though. P-switch has died, actually. That's very true. Did we all lock ourselves out? I think we did. Well, that's what my stream is for. I think we did lock ourselves out. Except if we restart at this point, because the key... not the key, but rather because the blocks have already been broken, we should be able to make it back to the exit. Yeah. And I'm going to try exactly that. I wonder, in fact, if it was something I missed at the start that could potentially get me an additional key. Let's actually take a look at the start over screen once again. Not that we can send any items to the start of the level, although now I have a P-balloon unlocked. Which will not help. Oh, there's a bomb, though. Not that we're able to get a Yoshi back there, but if we are... Interesting. Yeah, no, that's just part of the scroll break mechanism, so that's not going to be useful. Oh, I went through the wrong room. Yeah. No, we should be able to activate a P, or just exit. I mean, I'm able to exit at this point. Ah, there we go. Yeah, infinite P-switch should be active at this point. At least in the subworld. I don't know if that affects the rest of you. Yeah. Well, we could always... I mean, we only have a few seconds, so... I don't know if we can actually discover where the second key is located with the information that we've been given. It's apparently in the puzzle itself. So I think I actually would like to inspect the room that Document has been hogging. In case anything appears, because that's the one thing that we just have not seen yet. Really glad we saw that E-switch interaction, though. Yeah, Document's just absolutely crushing this. The stats are off the charts. Just stealing the win right at the very end after everybody else has done much of the work. Yeah, I'm going to take room 4 this time because I want to at least do a visual inspection there in case anything pops up, because that's the only thing that I haven't had a chance to look at yet, and perhaps something will reveal itself. And now we've solved the puzzle enough at this point that I think the interactions themselves should come pretty easily, even if some of us are seeing new rooms. So let's get over to the Fire Flower. Okay, Fire Flower. Let's do it. Might need to stand out of the way. Yeah, there we go. And we'll push Luigi over. unlock this as quickly as possible. And we have this whole scroll break mechanism. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to take the fourth room, because I do want to take a look. In case anything does reveal itself as a potential key location. Spike with a blaster, interesting. Is the Spike killable? Have we previously seen anyone nab the Spike with a Yoshi? Because I don't know if that's been done. Okay, yeah, Donkeyman has. Okay, this was your room previously. Yeah, because then Spike with the blaster would open up the blaster, and then that would give you something else. Okay, then. Okay, so I need to then... First of all, we'll just break that open. Actually, what this is it's going to be something I can toss up this way. There we go. Yeah, no. I actually want to leave the mushroom here, and then the mushroom will be sent over to Mario. Yeah, P-switch activation is what releases the clown car, so as far as I understand it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that donut block that's being sent down is interesting in its own right. Yeah, P-switch releases the clown car, but the thing I'm waiting for is Yoshi with fire opening up the spiny shell. So yeah, on the right side of you, pop Yoshi into the bottom right corner, then Yoshi will pop up onto the top right. Yoshi can grab fire and break two locations. First, the note blocks, and second, the pipe that gives us Spiny Head. So Yoshi needs to grab fire and shoot in two places. In Mario's screen, rather. Mario's Yoshi. Which is the only Yoshi right now because the blaster has not come out yet. I don't see anything new about where that key could be buried, though. That's the only thing. Is that looking at the screen, I don't have any new information that looks like it's potentially a key. So, we may eventually need that very slight hint, but we'll see how we do first. And because... What was he? So, first of all, like I said, I think at this point Mario should actually have sufficient... you have no idea how to give Yoshi to fire. No, you send Yoshi down to the bottom right corner. You push Yoshi through... okay, I need to give you access to the mushroom first of all, so I need the vertical spring back. If I give you access to the mushroom, then you're able to blow out the blocks in the bottom right and then push Yoshi through. And if you push Yoshi through, then the twister sends him up to the top. I need to take damage for just a moment. Hang on. Yeah, so you should get a mushroom in just a moment. Once you get the mushroom, destroy the blocks in the bottom right. And then you can push Yoshi through the bottom right location. Yoshi gets transported by the twister up to the top right. Then Yoshi is able to get to the burner. Because Yoshi actually spawns at the burner ahead of you. And you can't reach it because it's in a one-tile area. There should be a way to take damage. I thought there was an icicle in that area, or something that allows you to take a hit once you destroy the turn blocks. Yeah. So Yoshi should be ahead of you on the top right. And if Yoshi grabs fire, then you shoot in 2 locations. Once again, first the blue pipe, and second the note blocks. Or, well, I can do this one. I can't do the blue pipe one because I can't reach that location. So you'll need to take Yoshi and do it again. And if you run over, yeah, Mushroom is able to grab that note block, and I have 1 key. Next thing is that if I'm able to have Yoshi return to me afterwards, then I can take care of the spike that's under the blaster in my area. But main thing is that Yoshi needs to melt the ice by the horizontal blue pipe from the top position. Yoshi mechanism to get up top. You have an icicle that you can get hit and Yoshi will auto-run to the top. Okay. I didn't realize that's what I did previously. I thought I just gave Yoshi a light push. And I got that to work just fine. Anyway, we did have fire loaded there previously. It's just that Yoshi does need to fire in the top position. So Yoshi does need to... Okay, actually no, maybe I can do it by myself. I can do 1 tile by myself, never mind. Hang on, let me just get rid of the spike first. See what this is all about. What does this do? Feather? When was the feather relevant? Oh, because the feather allows you to grab the clown car. Okay, yeah. Alright, people on top, you're about to get Yoshis, I think. Once this vine calms down. There we go. I didn't know there was a feather in this level. Yoshi should in fact be able to take a feather at this point. And then run over with it. Whoops. I'm gonna load a cape feather over to Mario's side, in fact, just in case it's helpful. But we need the spiny hat down here, and the only way that's happening is if Yoshi launches fire towards the top right. Both groups have 1 key to get. Okay, so yeah, so top half needs to get a key then. Top half needs to get a key then. So yeah, if we run out of time, then maybe I'll take one of the top half positions again, just so I can see what's going on. But I didn't see anything on Luigi's side earlier. And not on Luigi's side, on on Luigi's side, the current top right. So Ronaldo, you were saying that you haven't seen anybody get 2 keys, but is that because some groups got the top key and not the bottom key? Oh, I hear a key. Hang on, we still need to melt the ice over here. Yeah, we have 2 keys. We have 2 keys. We just don't have the ice. Yeah, no, we have the second key. I didn't see what was going on there, but... Oh, whoops. P-Switch has unfortunately sabotaged us slightly. Hang on. Hang on, let's grab the... We have 12 seconds to plug this in. Okay, we won't have time to see it. Hang on. We'll just barely miss due to mechanical errors. Okay. We did get both keys, though. Okay, great. No, we'll do it again. We'll make sure we see the room. And then that will be the last run. This will definitely be the last run because we have the full solution at this point. I'm kind of curious about the key up top, though. I kind of want to go up top and... since you two on the top in the last round have solved it already, you can just kind of verbally communicate what it was. And because I just want to display it on the stream for people watching and for the video record. But since you have the solution, you can just kind of feed it to me verbally. And yeah, so I'll take something on the top half this time, but... I just want to show off the key on video, but you can just feed me the solution if necessary, as well as which room had it. Perhaps. I think it was this top right that had it previously. It was Luigi carrying it, so... Hiding in plain sight the whole time, really. Okay. Alright, let's get pushed. Yeah, well, this has been a very unique experience, I must say. Definitely unlike anything we've had the pleasure to show off here before. And yeah, it definitely kind of puts you in the mindset, too, of having to relearn Mario Maker from scratch. Hiding in plain sight the whole time, Well, interesting. Anyway. So, yeah, let's just do the top half quickly. We know how it goes at this point. It's in Mario's screen currently, okay. So yeah, Captain Redbeard, the... Well, while we go through this series of interactions, while I wait to receive the bone shell, I'll explain bottom right to you. Bottom right is what has a... yeah, you want to pass the snowball over to the left side because the snowball is what will break open the block, I think, that will then allow... Who's on the bottom left? Yeah, Toadette's going to pass you a spring. No, not pass you a spring. Rather, use a spring to pass you a mushroom. Once you have a mushroom... I'm trying to do this from memory. You need to destroy the turn blocks by spin jumping in the bottom right. Once you do that, you'll be able to spawn the first Yoshi. The first Yoshi you'll need to push down to the bottom right in order to send him up to the top right. At that position, Yoshi is able to grab fire. Yoshi needs to shoot fire into two locations. Yoshi needs to shoot fire towards the ice blocks covering the sideways blue pipe that is kind of in the central section for the bottom half players. And Yoshi also needs to melt the ice that is between the two note blocks, because the note blocks contain one of the keys. So yeah, your job is to open up the blue pipe to give Toadette the spiny hat, and also to open up the ice blocks that's sandwiched between the note blocks, because that gives you the bottom half key. Anyway, so I need to give Yoshi over to Mario, because Mario can then use Yoshi to take out the sideways trampolines. Once you take out the sideways trampolines, you're able to then drop the Buzzy Shell. If you drop the Buzzy Shell, that opens up the P-switch. Now, Mario's screen apparently has the top half key, and I don't know where it is because I can't see it, so... Oh! Oh! Was that it? You just need to step on that? Okay, okay. Well, that changes things. Alright, top half is done then. We need to activate a P-switch though, right? For bottom half to do its... It was totally in the Buzzy. Okay, yeah. That makes total sense. In that case, as long as the P-switch is going, and we now have an infinite P-switch activator in the key room, we can let bottom half finish its job, and then you can come here with the other key. So, yeah, at this point, bottom half should have what it needs, right? I don't think I'm... Natcat, I'm currently in an infinite P-switch room, because I'm in the exit room. The exit room has an infinite P-switch activation. And so I just need to wait for the bottom half group to do its business and come through as well. Because if you have P-switch and Spiny Hat, that's all you need to bust out of there. So the Spiny Hat comes from the blue pipe that Yoshi melted the entrance to, and it goes to the left. Captain Redbeard, Fire Yoshi should have shot from the top right position where you collected the fire from the burner in the first place to open up the pipe that gives you the Spiny Hat. But then you also need to get the key. On your screen, you're able to do everything that needs to be done with Fire Yoshi. Yeah, you have to melt it from the top right position where you collected the fire from the burner. This is Super Mario World, so it's just going to go through walls, right? And you also need to collect a second glob of fire and then grab the key, yeah. Yeah, so you need to shoot in two places. And we'll just wait for you here. If Mario and Yoshi want to stay in that room so the P-switch keeps activating, I'm going to go forward to see what's going on with the P-blue. So, we got 150 seconds, you'll hopefully be able to get it done in that time. So yeah, basically, Fire Yoshi picks up fire from the burner and immediately shoots to the left. Fire Yoshi then picks up fire from the burner again, and then goes to the bottom and fires at the bumper that covers the note blocks. Then you activate the bottom note block, and that gives you the key. You can activate it in a number of ways. You can take damage and run over towards it, or you can send a mushroom towards it. You can do all kinds of things. But basically, you need a Spiny Hat, and you need a key, and the P-switch does the rest for you. Judging by the progress in the level so far, that is all that needs to be done. I think all of those interactions have been otherwise completed. And in the meantime, we'll just hang out here as a balloon inside a balloon as we listen to the panic music. And so yeah, Redbeard, if you need any additional explanation, do let me know. But you just need to grab the key, and you need to open the Spiny Hat pipe for Toadette's position. It's kind of like instructing people on how to defuse a bomb, right? Like, cut this wire, cut that wire. Overload the plasma manifold. Do we have it yet? Or... Yeah, because on a previous attempt after we got both keys, I totally got stuck playing against lag, basically, to try to enter doors accurately. I think you can take damage and run towards it, or you can send a mushroom towards it. Or snowball, yeah, snowball. I had activated it with a snowball once. You can also run towards it when you're small. We probably will not see the balloon on this attempt anyway, so it's alright. We can just... we all know the solution at this point. We can... Yeah, no worries about it. We'll just do another run. I just want to see the balloon room, and then we can move on to the next puzzle. Hey, we finally have a key. Yep, that's fine. 8 seconds. We're getting a little closer every time. A little closer. Yeah, unfortunately, we need the P-switch to expire now to get us through all these. But what's behind the door? What a mystery. Okay. That's okay. We'll do it. We'll absolutely do it. Multiplayer versus. Let's do it again. Now, this has certainly got to be the last run. No, we'll do all 3 of the multiplayer levels. I mean, there might be some change in personnel as people have to go. But we'll do it. But we haven't dropped a beat so far in terms of... Yeah, I can do any room at this point. Take the room that you're comfortable with. I'll just go last in terms of entering rooms. So everybody just take the room that you're comfortable with, and we'll do it. But yeah, with all the single-player levels, we haven't dropped a beat so far in finding every balloon. And you're telling me that at this point you haven't seen this done on stream yet, so we've got to do it. We've got a job to finish. Yeah, document you want to claim room 4, perfectly fine. We've seen it at this point, so I will just take last pick, and everyone else can just do the job they're comfortable with. Lecture dude, you've got to go? Yeah, we're certainly having a lot of fun with this one. It's been a very unique experience. Okay. So yeah, I've got the Yoshi room, that's great. Anyway, snowball for Toadette. Actually, yeah, no, you just need to fire it at this thing, don't you, to spawn mushrooms. Actually, Toadette needs to place the trampoline there first so I can get the mushroom. Isn't that correct? Because then you can up throw. Toadette should up throw the snowball towards the turn block if I'm... actually, no, Donkeyman's done this before many times. Yeah, you can just hit it. You can just hit it. For some reason, I thought it would bounce on a no block. Yeah, and then, yeah, you just need to send me a mushroom as well, I think. Yeah, right, because you just blow that up. Yeah. Okay, and then if you drop that, we'll get the mushroom next. And then we're going to be fairly coordinated at this stage, I'm sure. Yoshi, and then I will push the Yoshi. Actually, no, we'll damage the Yoshi. That was the efficient way to do things. Now I'll need to take damage anyway in order to get to Yoshi's position. I said I'll need to take damage anyway. I actually need to avoid the mushroom at this stage. And then we'll open everything up with fire. Yeah, that's fine. There's plenty of lock prevention. That's absolutely true. Yeah, the more I play this, and the more I go through the rooms, the more I notice some of the lock prevention that we were talking about earlier. Okay. And then I'll pass Yoshi over in just a moment. If Toadette would also kindly break the hard block under the pipe, well, you still have the spiny hand, that would be great. But, I mean, you'll have plenty of spiny hands to work with, so either way. Cat, you were sleepy when you entered the stream, now you're wide awake. Yeah, that's what a little bit of cooperation can do. And now we are waiting on a P-switch. So yeah, bottom half is done at this point. I'm pretty sure. Snake Behavior, it got uploaded one player because if you're playing as one player, it spawns a P-balloon at the very beginning that allows you to skip to the end through the green pipe that you see here. Okay, look at that. We've got 300 seconds to spare this time. And we can just let the P-switch expire, hopefully. But if not, well, we've got the second key coming regardless. Oh, whoops. There we go. And actually, yeah, that's an excellent strategy from Toad there, just deciding to take the door. I keep getting bumped out of position here. And congratulations, Document, once again. And congratulations to everybody with the final revelation of what was in the balloon. We discussed a lot about putting Yoshi Transport on screen. Unfortunately, with a bumper, it could soft lock Yoshi with pushing. Yeah, I know. Okay, so we are going to switch over in just a moment to the second level. If anybody needs to go, do let me know. I may actually need to take a few minutes first. Hopefully this will not be too long an interruption, but I just need to call a quick BRB. And we'll continue with whoever's able to stay. And yeah, this was a fantastic experience. Thank you so much, Ronaldo, for that. We'll be doing the Lucetto level next. That'll be the second of 3 in this set. Give me just a few minutes, and do let me know if anybody needs a drop so we can replace you accordingly. But of course, if you're able to stay, this has been fantastic so far. And next time, with this upcoming level, we should be able to see each other on screen. So, this is your favorite of 3? Great news. Okay, sorry about the interruption. We will hopefully be able to resume in just a moment. We'll wait for Natcat to come and rejoin the party. And yeah, Ronaldo, we'll have to talk about that level at some point. Because there's a lot to some of the mechanics that were in play, particularly the camera mechanics and some of the item spawning. That is just beyond me as somebody who's not a regular multiplayer enthusiast. As somebody who's actually very new to multiplayer, in fact. Okay, so before we enter this level, I'm going to read the description on the website. Now, this is Breaking the Fourth Wall by Lucetto. In this 4-player versus mode puzzle, you have to work together and think outside of the box to find a way out of this haunted mansion. Well, we've got a great team so far. Let's do some balloon hunting in this one as well. If you're all ready, AtCat, Redbeard, and Document, we will get going. And yeah, Ronaldo, I hope you've gotten a decent amount of attention for that one, because, I mean, multiplayer is difficult enough to set up as it is. But it's nice to have an event that draws attention to levels like these in public view. First person to the goal wins. Odds on Document, apparently. Anyway, this is the single and multi-gate. And it looks like we have multiple entrances once again, so I'll just take first position. Okay, and I share a screen with Luigi. I assume that Mario's sharing a screen with Toad. So Luigi and I guess, can talk and we can figure out what's going on. I currently don't have anything I can do until I have access to either fire or a detonation down here with, say, a bomb. Looking at the POW block there, well, yeah, bomb is going to open things up for me. That's great. Then note block over here does what? It just gets me upstairs. Okay. Looks like we will need fire plus an on-off switch activation. On-off switch is going to be on the left side, but needs fire in order to advance. However, we've broken the scroll, so we're actually able to go to each other's sides now, which means that we can jump on top of each other in order to proceed. Which might be important here, because if we're able to bounce on top of each other, that may get us up to that blaster position, perhaps, but no, not quite. Okay, so everything's gated off by either an on-off switch or fire at this point, so we need fire. And we're able to bump each other up as well. We have fire down here, we're just not able to capture it yet. If we have access to something like a Yoshi, then we can do that. So I don't know if we actually have something self-contained that we can do here at the moment. And yeah, no, the scroll break that kind of takes you across the top is so second nature when it comes to a lot of single-player puzzles that are just built on half the screen, but, you know, it's the kind of thing that would just escape my attention here in multi. If in Toad's room you can somehow get a scroll break that can allow us to connect to you, that would be great. A scroll break with your left side. Yeah, because currently I don't think we... in the room that I'm sharing with Luigi, we can't do anything until we have access to either fire or... I mean, fire seems to be the next roadblock here, because that will allow me to have access to an on-off switch. But we have a burner here, and we can't access the burner because we don't have anything like a Yoshi, so... It seems like we're mainly waiting for a scroll break. Because there are hard blocks that will connect to what I believe is either Mario's room or Toad's room, whoever's on the left. You need a Fireflower or a switch activation on your side. Yeah, that's true of me as well, actually, so we've got a bit of a paradox here. Is there anything on your side that can be accessed by the two players getting together and bumping each other, or giving each other a boost in height? Waiting for the on-off block to change. So I'm able to get on top of an on-off block on my end here. If we have something like a bone shell that would allow us to do a stomp on it, that would be great, but that's the only thing I can think of. Boost Luigi up. Yeah, we'll boost you up. And, oh, no, because you each get to see different screens, don't you? I'm not able to... Yeah, so each of us are able to see two screens at a time, aren't we? So, okay, that explains things. Yeah, because a similar principle as the previous level, except each of us have these sub-teams of 2 once we scroll up to the other side. Alright, so I'll wait here while the other teams do their business then. And yeah, in my current position, I'm just waiting for fire. Also, anybody who has access to fire, do remember that you can shoot off screen towards a certain row, and it should be able to melt people's ice on a neighboring screen. I have a burner on my screen in the initial starting position. Here is Toadette. So I'm playing as Toadette, I'm in room number 1. If I have access to the burner eventually through Yoshi, for instance, I can bust a whole bunch of people open at once. I see Toad falling down somehow. Yeah, we have a bunch of things to break over here as well. But at the moment, not much I can do. So Toadette is just going to stand here and feel left out while you folks jostle for position. But yeah, ultimately it'll be on my end over here that I have an on-off switch activation, as well as a pipe exit, and lots of ice. Don't wait for Toad. Toad can't do anything. Okay. Yeah, basically on my screen here, the leftmost screen, all my options also boil down to ice and the on-off switch. That seems to be the story I'm hearing from more than one of you. But yeah, the breakthrough over here that allowed us to send Luigi over was Toadette in position 1 basically needed to go to Luigi's room and give him a boost. And so, yeah, the main thing about this concept is, as with the previous puzzles, just remember that your neighbor's view is going to be a little different than your own in terms of where they can go and where they can reach. And so, if you're able to boost each other up to locations that you couldn't reach previously, even if they look like dead ends, they might actually reveal something for the adjacent player. I'm sure this is all terribly obvious, I'm just saying it anyway for the clarification of anybody who's watching. So. And Toadette's just going to dance around as the Delfino Plaza music accelerates. You didn't see what you were supposed to do and probably wasted a lot of time. I mean, that's how puzzles go. Yeah, nice dance, exactly. You need somebody to help you out. So, Document, you are playing as Toad, right? If I'm understanding you correctly, or at least you will be for the next 50 seconds. Hey, I hear an on-off switch. On-off switch is important because if somebody, if Luigi specifically, come back to Luigi's original starting spot, after the activation of the on-off switch in room 2, we are able to boost each other up to grab a trampoline. Yep. There we go. The trampoline allows 2 of us to go up at a time, I suppose. Or 1 of us to go up at a time and carry a trampoline over to the next room. So, for example, if you jump on me, I can up throw it to you. We have 7 seconds, but this will be a kind of a demo of what will eventually happen. So I don't know who activated the on-off switch, but that was a critical moment. That was a critical move to get us to progress forward. Now, I'll leave it up to your discretion whether any of you want to do the same room or change rooms. I think we'll go with the system, perhaps where I just take last pick. It would be nice to change rooms so I can see a little more of what's going on visually on the stream, but I will leave that to you folks to decide. Yeah, you always prefer the same room? Yeah, so you can continue to progress. Yeah, and even if we do stick with the same rooms, that's fine. We can always just do a quick little peek at the end to take a look at what everybody else was seeing. So I'll just let all of you folks pick first. And if you want to take the same rooms, that's great. If you don't, then you don't. Okay, we'll go with the same. So yeah. First interaction here with the POW is going to get us over here. Next thing I'm going to do as Mario is I'm going to boost Toad over to the room to your right. And then I'm going to wait here in Toad's original room, so that's room 2, until there is an on-off switch activation. After the on-off switch activation, Toad needs to come back to Toad's original room. So yeah, Document I think is currently playing as Luigi, if I'm not mistaken. So if Document is able to hit the switch, then in room 2, which is where Toad started out, and which is where Mario is currently located, we're able to get a vertical spring. And then if any of you need a vertical spring in the other rooms, we're able to get that to you. Okay, Netcast Luigi and Document is Toadette. You got Yoshi. Yeah, so it's important that Yoshi gets transported all the way to the left, because that's where the burner is located, and that's where we'll be breaking everything open with fire. And it seems like that's the core of this puzzle, is to get Yoshi all the way to the left side if possible. And yeah, currently one of you on the right side has the spring. Notice that there's something going on here with the pink coin collection as well. In fact, I think I see, yeah, so I think I see how the coin grabs might work. Of course, I also just see a bunch of question marks at the moment. And we also passed the pink coin on our way in the original loading sequence. So yeah, we'll wait for Mario to... wait for Yoshi, rather, to head over to the left. Also, this might potentially be important. In the room where the on-off switch was activated, is it something that can be reactivated? It doesn't need to be, I'm just wondering in case it becomes relevant. I like the switch in the off state right now. And yeah, if Yoshi can get dropped over to the left side, and we'll continue to chain Yoshi over, then we're going to have progress, because if any of you are staring at ice, I've got access to the burner. Or will pretty soon. Yeah, so I will also have access to turning the switch back on if Yoshi is able to get ferried over to the left. You may wish to use the vertical spring to get Yoshi over to the left if his position is becoming uncooperative. But okay, actually, Toad, you might have wanted to leave Yoshi there. No, I can bump you back up. You can bump me up, in fact. Okay, okay. We have burner access now, and we have ice. That's about to break open everywhere. Okay. That's really important by the looks of it. Oh, we have a spike ball now. I'd better get out of here until I can land on Yoshi cleanly. Okay, great. Because now Yoshi is able to progress. Just a moment. Does anybody need the on-off switch? Also, I'm able to reload into my room now because I have access to a door. And that gives me access to the 4th pink coin. Great, we have keys now. So, coins have been collected, we now have a key. So, does anybody need to melt ice? Because we have a way to make that happen. And if there's any preference for the on-off switch state, we can also make that happen, because currently I have unfettered access to turning things on and off. Or at least I will until... Yeah, actually, Toad is able to get up here by way of a snake block now. Great. So Toad wants to take Yoshi across. Yoshi, I think, currently has fire, so... Yoshi should currently have fire, and then you can just melt anything you need. And like I said, if anybody wants an on-off switch state, I can do it as needed. Oh, you know what? I neglected to use Yoshi with the spike balls. I had access to a big spike ball. But no, I don't think you can swallow a big spike ball though, so never mind that. Unless I'm just confusing myself. But yeah, at this point Mario has a key as well, so if anybody is staring at a key door and needs a key to be ferried over, then currently Mario is holding it in room 2. The ice blocks are all lined up so that one shot gets them all going to the right. Interesting. Yeah, because I had heard, of course, that one of the other rooms is staring at ice right now, so I, of course, can't actually see what's going on. But the fact that you would be able to affect other rooms with Yoshi Fire definitely did occur to me right away. Especially if people are able to communicate which road they need, for instance. If you are staring at a part of the level that has ice to melt, but you don't have Fire Yoshi, a neighbor is still able to do that for you. Yeah, I have Yoshi and on-off access. You can also turn the switch state on and off, yeah. Actually, I had neglected that I am able to use a vertical spring. If somebody can return to vertical spring to me in Mario's room all the way to the left, I should be able to transport a spike ball to do a whole bunch of scroll breaking and unlock more access throughout the level. I actually just needed a spring for that. I hadn't interacted with a spike ball yet, and that was a fairly important thing to do. So let's do that, and we'll break some things. Except, do we have a second spring that we can use at some point? Because... no, we actually need the snake block to be coordinated. Yeah, Toad, that's the right idea. We need the snake block to be in position to... If you move the snake block, the blue snake block, then the spike ball is able to do a scroll break. Yeah, sorry, the timing was off that time. We were kind of off cycle. We need to coordinate that, basically, but... We have 7 seconds, but that's actually the solution, is the blue snake block activates, and then the spike ball goes over it, and then you have a scroll break between rooms 2 and 3. Okay. Yeah, so we made pretty significant progress that round, actually. So if you folks want to stick with the same rooms, that's up to you. I will just pick last and leave that to your discretion. Ronaldo, you have to go to bed? Yeah. We'll hopefully be able to do the rest between this and the 2v2. And thank you once again for hanging out. And for talking multiplayer with us all night. So... Where'd Luigi? Just got squished right away. Oh, whoops. Yeah, let's go this way. I'll just take the last pick again. Yep. Okay. Similar positions. Okay, same idea. I will bump Toad over to the next room. And now we wait. Until we have the switch that will then allow Toad to, yeah, Toad needs to take it and ferry that over. Then Toadette will just wait around here until we have a Yoshi sent to the left side. Okay, great. Got a good system now. Whoops, sorry. Let's try this again. Oh, okay. Spring. For some reason I thought it was using fire. That's okay. Spring is good. We want that. In fact, I want it down low. Okay, great. So now Toad has access to the top position independently. I will have access to the spike ball in just a moment, but before we do that, I want to head up over here. And I also want to do the donut block drop once again, so Yoshi is able to pick up that coin. You know what? Let's do the spike ball break first, actually. So if Toad and I can coordinate the spike ball and the snake block, then we're good. So if Toad can activate the snake block, we'll try to time this accurately. Yeah, probably this cycle now, if you can. There's obviously going to be a few seconds latency between what I say and what's going on everybody else's end, but we'll try to manage. When I see Toad activate the blue snake block, I'm going to launch the spike ball. There we go. Oh, a little bit late. That's okay. Alright, let's try that again. If we can get the snake block. Yeah, there we go. Slightly late. I actually need to go first then. How about this? If I launch the spike ball, then Toad activates the snake block. Pretty much as soon as you see me do the up throw, just activate it. Now. There we go. So yeah, at this point I'm also capable of the switch activation. But I'm going to grab the pink coin instead. Oh, whoops, I actually do need to spit this out. Hang on. Just a moment, I'm going to do a coin grab, so... Okay. I've got one coin. We need all of the coins to be collected independently for the key. We did get the key last time. And we've got a lot of open space now. I'm actually able to progress now as well. I haven't seen this side of the level previously, so now we can see how our neighbors live. Okay, there is a spot here below the blaster that we want to use for a coin. I think that actually does require me to elevate the blaster with something like an up throw towards it. No, it doesn't. We've got the key. Okay. Okay, great. Now, okay, we need the on state to be coordinated because the spike ball is going to be carted all the way over across the red state block bridge. So I'm going to go back to my room and I'm going to start up the spike ball. And then we need to coordinate spike ball, on-off switch, and snake block. Which we can do. We can definitely do it. So, yeah, once again, as soon as I launch the spike ball, somebody needs to step on the snake block, and then we're going to toggle the on-off switch immediately after that. Yep, so one person hits on-off for the next brick break. So whoever's in a third room and is able to activate the on-off switch, we'll coordinate this together. Go. Okay, on-off, if you can. And then that should get the bridge going. So, was that successful? Can't actually see. Okay, let me take a look at what we're looking at here. Okay, great. So, yeah, and then for the final room, when the spike ball reaches your room, so where Luigi is standing right now, then you activate on-off switch again to send it all the way over. So we'll do the same interaction once again. Luigi is able to just do that when you're entering your room, so that shouldn't be an issue. Because you can coordinate that independently, just from watching what's going on visually. Okay, spike ball is about to go in the next cycle. So expect on-off switching as soon as you see something happen. Great. Not so great. Lag, okay. Alright, let's go back then. Hang on. Yeah, there is a little bit of lag. I'm trying to get back upstairs by jumping on Luigi, but I'm not able to. If I can jump on Luigi, that would be great. No, because I need to boost my way back. Right? Okay. Alright, let's get back in position again, everyone, and we'll try it again. Okay, so we're going to go at a cycle that's around 60 seconds or so, and then go. Yeah, again, I realize that there's going to be a few seconds lag between what I do and my stream reaching you. So we're able to coordinate that, hopefully. So, did the fourth room manage it? Yes, you did. Great. And there's one final thing here. Well, we got all the coins. I feel like that must be the balloon road. So let's plug that in. Let's plug in the key, if you can. And hey, we got the balloon room. We got 25 seconds to enjoy ourselves here. There's a second key as well. Anyway, I'm sure Donkey Mint is going to steal the win at this point. Unless we hit the note block over here. Nope, no key over there. Party time. Yeah. We see a cloud. We see an on-off switch. And then... yeah, there is a second key door. Same idea as before then. It seemed like there was an additional on-off switch that we could have activated for the final room. Like, we were kind of rushing the final room there, but... yeah, despite losing a lot of time to the coordination issues, I think we do have a method at this time. Anyway, breaking the fourth wall. Yeah, we'll just resume positions as before. I think we have a pretty good sequence worked out at this point. I actually have no idea what the other rooms look like at the moment, but let's just try to get that second key done. We know one key is going to come from the pink coins, and we have that down just fine. So yeah, we need POW block. Also, notice by the way that the coins in the initial spawning location spell 7MMC. I only noticed that just now. Anyway, I'm going to boost Luigi over to the next room. So, then we're going to... never mind. Now we'll boost Luigi over to the next room. Okay. You can head on over. Okay. And if Luigi can send me up, we'll do everything with Yoshi on this side. We'll open up everything we can. Oh, whoops, totally missed that. It's a bit of a lag issue there. And I'll melt everything I can before proceeding. Then we're going to head out quickly to grab the pink coin. Should be able to respawn with... okay, I did lose access to the spring, actually. I do need it back. I think the trampoline should have reset position because I did lose it when I went to grab the pink coin. I should have actually left it in Luigi's room first. That's okay. We'll grab this. You should be able to grab it independently with the snake block now. Yeah, if you activate a snake block, you should be able to grab the spring by yourself. In fact, I have Yoshi. I could have just tongued it over. Yeah, just toss it up. I'll grab it. And then we'll get Yoshi with fire over in just a moment. I'm going to wait for the snake block to return first, because then we can start breaking things. Okay, we'll be going in a cycle or two, probably close to about 340 seconds or so. And... oh. That's okay, we got it. And then I'm going to send Yoshi with fire over in case you need him. I don't know if you do. I don't actually recall. Let's take a look at how far we've progressed so far. Oh, the spike ball broke. Okay, just a moment. I'm going to attempt this first. Let's take a look at what we've got here. Yeah, okay, so same sequence as before. I'll go back to my initial position and see if we can get things started all over again. Okay, so once we all get back into position, we'll go. I'm going to start at about 290 seconds on the clock, just so everybody has a chance to catch up here. Okay, here we go. Okay, I believe we need one additional on-off activation for this final area here. We didn't interact with it, did we? And are there any additional breaks that we can do here that we didn't think about? Yes, there is an additional spike ball break in the bottom right. So we actually need somebody to trade positions. We need somebody to trade positions and head all the way over to the final on-off switch. Or, after you hear... No, we don't need to do that, actually. We don't need to do that. The final on-off switch is not one that we activate until we're sure... Yeah, it only goes one way. It only goes on to off. So we actually don't want to activate it. Well, first of all, I need somebody to boost my Yoshi back up. Yeah. So, after the last on-off activation, we just need one more on-off. Probably the one that is my initial position. Because I'm the one who has the on-off switch that is not obstructed after the first activation. So I actually need to get into position. And at the time that the fourth area sends the spike ball over, then I need to activate the on-off switch after that. So basically I need to activate mine after document. Now I don't know how much lag time there is. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to launch the spike ball. Everybody needs to get in position first. Everybody should get in position first. I'm going to launch the spike ball at about 160 seconds. We're going to do the whole sequence again. I'd like Document to take note of the time at which your spike ball crosses your bridge. I'm going to launch now at 160. Yeah, do note the time at which... Actually, you don't even need to do that because I'll just watch the on-off switch over here and just give you a few seconds of leeway. Or not. Okay. Okay, so it's just 2 activations. Okay, yeah, no, I miscounted. So I'll just... We'll try it again. We'll try it again. Let's get in position again. Unless it broke already. Oh, everybody's headed over there? Okay. Hang on. Let's get in position again. I'm going to launch at about... probably 1:15 or so. Now, how far off was I? So I tried to just time an activation. And did that actually work? Okay, we've got the additional brick. Great. Got 2 keys. I did lose my Yoshi, but that's okay. We've got 2 keys. And now we just exit. And we've got 80 seconds to enjoy the party. So yeah, we just need to get out of there with the key. And I'm waiting for you inside the bonus room. So we'll plug in the second key. Hey, look at that. Lovely Mario Maker design. Alright, let's not get trapped here for too long because we do need to get out the door. So, oh. P-switch. No, we need to jump. This is a jump tower. This is a jump tower. There we go. Look at that cheeky little muncher at the bottom there. That's nice touch. Well, we were extremely well coordinated, I thought. Yeah, amazing level once again. Really great multiplayer set. I'm glad we managed to experience it this way. So we can go on to the final one. I mean, I didn't really get a chance to see what the initial states of a lot of the other rooms were like, but we can always duck into that separately. If we'd prefer to go on to the 2v2 instead. If anybody needs to leave or trade out, do let me know. Otherwise, we will finish up with the final level in the set, which is the 2v2. And this is once again going to be one that was uploaded by Ronaldo. But if anybody wants to see the other rooms to swap, yeah, let's make sure we have a party of 4. If anybody would like to volunteer to join in and has their game open, I'll just DM you my friend code and then we'll get set up. Because of course the squad thus far has been in place for quite some time. And if not, I don't know if we can drop a shout to people in Discord or something to see if any replacements can come in. If we're unable to get a party of 4 together, then I might have to postpone. Possibly to the viewer stream tomorrow or something. But if people are able to stay for the 2v2, I don't know if it's going to be as long as the previous ones, given that it's not perhaps as puzzle oriented. I'm not exactly sure actually. Yeah, because it looks like this is just a well, I'll read the level description actually and we can decide. So it's going to be sabotage. And Redbeard did have to dip out. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you so much for staying for as long as you did today. A very well-coordinated team by the end of all that, I think. I was quite happy with that. Anyway, the description of the next level is Bros versus Toads. With good timing and skill, you can activate trolls to kill the other team in this 2v2 level. Each kill will count a point, sideways spring, for your team. After both teams get to troll, check the scoreboard to find out who won. Winning team will get first shot at the goal. If it's a tie, then look out for a mad dash to the end. So, it might be something quick, it might not be. But we will need a 4th And we can always just kind of take a moment if people need to call anyone in, or if anybody in chat needs to load up their game. But do speak up if interested. Anyway, in the meantime, we can... Yeah, I've never played a 2v2 level in this game, so I'd be very happy to load this up. Yeah, I think I was aware, Netcat, that Nugu Kaza had made one. But almost certainly involving P-balloons in that case. Yeah, and Document, you were saying you had seen this one already, but perhaps there's a bit of 2v2 replayability to it. And Netcat, if you have to dip as well, that's fine. Yeah, if we have to disperse for today, that's okay as well. What we can do is... Oh, you disconnected for a sec. That's okay. Yeah, ideally we can get a fourth. Oh, connection died. Yeah, Redbeard, if you want to join in, that's fine. If you're able to stay. This one might be comparatively shorter, if I understand it correctly, because it is just a 2v2 battle level and should lead to a decisive result, although who knows how the balloon hunt is going to go. And because if you're able to party up, that would be great. And we'll just give you a moment to come in. Yeah, just let me know if Redbeard, you are planning to come back. There is a death counter in this one? Yeah, so that's what the level description on the website says as well. That's the death counter apparently consists of the sideways springs. Electrodude, yeah. I don't know if... Yeah, Redbeard just disconnected. I don't know if he wanted to come back in, but you can also hop in if anyone needs to leave. We've kept everybody way past their bedtime at this point, so it's just a matter of who wants to dip out. I know Document did say that he'd seen this previously, but Electrodude, so have you for that matter. So you know what, let's just load in and let's see how it goes, and if anybody needs to leave, at least we have a backup. Alright, let's take a look, 2v2. I mean, as a 2v2, I assume there's a bit of replayability to it that isn't going to be terribly spoilable anyway. So the only thing really is just a balloon hunt, if applicable. Okay, 2v2. So I've got Luigi. And yeah, so we've got doors. And I guess... Oh, I see how it works. That once you have two people enter, then it locks up, and it also creates an on-off state. So that's how you have the team selection. Yeah, it's a little bit laggy, this one, compared to what we were doing previously, but we'll hopefully be okay. Let's... I see. I got a flag. I don't know what else we're doing so far, but... And... Oh, Document, did you want to start over, or... did you want to drop out right now? Okay, if you want to drop out right now, let's actually... yeah, let's actually drop out then. As a party. Oh, okay. Yeah, Netcat and I already dropped out, as you can see. Great. And yeah, Document, thanks once again for joining for so long today. That was an extremely satisfying experience. Very unique to go through the two coordinated puzzles so far, so Very glad to have you here for so long. And yeah, Electrodude, as soon as you can come in, we'll start this up again. And you have a good night, Document. And yeah, we're just waiting for Electrodude. There we go, Mr. Sparky. Let's do it. So yeah, hopefully the connection is bearable for us as we do this. There might be lag. There was already some lag. How bad could it be? Anyway, we've drawn a Toadette this time. Well, I mean, if it's a versus level where you're trolling each other, the lag can only make things more hilarious, so we'll see what we can do with it. So I don't know... Oh, okay. I don't know what this initial position here was all about. But we've got one of the checkpoints in our end. I've teamed up with Natcat here. Interesting use of the flag, not only as a checkpoint, but also as a way to see who your teammate is. Oh, I see. So you can basically obstruct the other squad. Okay, we have to outright try to kill them, though. We don't just want to outpace them, we actually want to destroy them somehow. If we, yeah, so for example, if we're on top of the thwomps, we should be able to squish them with the thwomps. That's how you do it. Yeah, because if you run under the thwomps as they're running over, then the thwomp movement gets a squish. Likewise, the on-off switches could potentially drop them into unforeseen locations. We do, however, need them to progress in order for us to progress, which is interesting. That it is kind of cooperative and competitive in that you need the other team to progress before you can get any further. And yeah, Ubiquitous Swedish Fish is nowhere as bad as when you join. Well, let's perhaps not find out. So yeah, we actually need to wait for somebody to get up to the top section, I think, to dunk some fire on us. And okay, anyway, here you go. Yeah, so Mario actually needs to get out of there to hit note block up top. And then that drops fire on our end, and then fire should be caught by the claw. Troll you. Now, how are we going to do that? I mean, the idea is that if you're standing on top of the icicles, I can just drop you at will by activating. Oh, I'm supposed to kill you using the switch. But you're already up there. Yeah, no, because don't we need you in order to progress here ourselves? I mean, I get that we're trying to sabotage you as well, but we also need you to progress, right? So, and welcome, Lucato. Just very much enjoyed the 4-player co-op level that we finished not long ago. We did in fact get a bonus objective of both keys. Yeah, the goal is to sabotage as much as possible. It seems like we are doing that successfully. Somewhat. And we got some breakage up top. Oh, no. I needed to wait for you to be on top of the palace. yeah, the idea is that we try to dunk you at the right moment. I see, so we have a P-switch here. And yeah, the depth counter so far is in our favor 0 to 4, I think. Like we're at 4-0. Oh, okay, except that's changed. We've had some activations from down below that causing me problems. Ah, that's how the checkpoint is going to operate. I see. So, yeah, I didn't realize that the upper team in the previous segment was so constrained in terms of camera position, in terms of not being able to see what we were doing to them at the bottom. Now it makes a lot of sense because we've basically swapped places. That Natcat, you and I are no longer able to see our counterparts. And they can see us. Then, so yeah, we're actually taking turns trying to wreck each other as we're progressing, so. No, because in the previous screen when we were not doing that so much, yeah, that's why we didn't take any deaths in the previous screen. We actually couldn't really have done so because we were entirely responsible for causing problems for the other team as they tried to progress. At the same time, they needed to progress in order for us to make it out of the level ourselves. So, I understand that now. Okay. That's interesting, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of asymmetric information multiplayer where the bottom team obviously can't get out of the room until we're also out of the room, but yeah, so we just need to be mindful of what could potentially be activated or moved. Yeah, and because we were starting out as the bottom team, that was not clear to me initially, but now that we're the top team, and now that, moreover, the bottom team knows how to play, yeah, we just need to watch semi-solids and be aware of what nasty things can happen from down below whenever you have things like state switches. Feels like we do need to bounce on top of a shell here in order to get up to the 10 coin. Which is easier said than done given the current state of the network. And yeah, we needed to not get punched by the muncher there. And here we need an activation of a skull platform while remaining outside of bomb range, so we don't have that detonation in our faces. Now, here, the 2v2 element really kicks in, though, because we're going to need to cooperate here, where if you're able to activate the skull platform, I then need to get on top of the skull platform, and I'm not able to do this myself, so. This is why it's actually a 2v2, because our motions do need to be cooperative. Which is why both of us do need to remain alive. And that was a rather obvious thing to have happened. So that's going to reset our progress quite substantially. I suppose the lag does make us easier to hit and make it more difficult to react. Can't really be quite as twitchy about this, but anyway, we'll try to make that happen. We both basically need to stay alive, need to be aware of the semi-solid positioning here. We can, yeah, there we go. And yeah, so one person activates the skull, the other one rides the skull, but we need to be aware of the bomb. And also we can see where the opponent's position is vertically speaking. Okay, so this gate was already open, so we actually can just proceed and hit the P-switch. And we're going to lose here by a pretty considerable margin when it comes to... Oh, yeah, no, we just need to release the seesaw at this point. I just release the seesaw completely, and then that is a P-switch. That allows us to proceed. And yeah, as you can see, the death counter here is 4 deaths too many. So we took 9 deaths, I think, to the opposing team's 4. And that's going to affect what happens in the following room. Interesting. Very complicated mechanism. So yeah, we basically have to let this break open before we have a shot at goal. And in order to do that, I'm pretty sure that question block probably has to activate, or there's going to be some kind of shell that drops, or something like that. There we go. And now, we can go. And there's going to be a little bit of dunking here. Oops. What's preventing me from just running for it? Oh, okay. Interesting. Shows you how much I know about multiplayer mechanics. Also, we haven't found a balloon, so... The end goal tech. What is the end goal tech? Is it a damage boost based thing? Where you... So we're able to claim it, but I didn't really understand what was preventing that. Due to a weird hitbox. Oh, getting a balloon room. I didn't see the balloon room. Okay. No, I only just read your message, Electric Dude. I didn't realize that was the balloon room. You know what? Let's do it again. We'll draw a different team this time anyway, so... That's okay, we can try it again now that we understand the concept a little bit better. We can just do a rematch of some sort. Semi-solid over the end goal just makes you go through it, and at most all angles. You're all going to the pipe on the right. Yeah, I didn't see. I was a little fixated on what was going on with the goal tech, so... You know what? We can do one more round. Let's see the balloon room, and then we'll probably call it at this stage after that. But at least we kind of understand what's going on now, and as I said, it does have a bit of replayability to it. So I think, yeah, this time around I'm going to take the second door. So we basically swap positions. I'm going to swap to the other team in that we will not be the saboteurs first. This time we'll see what we haven't seen in the level, basically. So I'll head to the second door. And then, yeah, we'll proceed. Okay. So we're gated off until a certain point in time, and then... okay, so yeah, we need to survive this segment here without dying to the icicle, which that was kind of a lag death, but that's okay. And then, oh, sends me through directly to the checkpoint room, okay. It's just the same area. Except this time we will try not to get thrown about by all of the skull platforms. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and we'll try to avoid a bunch of this stuff. Just try not to die to icicles falling. And then, there we go. Nope. That was a squish. Made it reasonably far, though, up to that point. Cheese? What do we cheese? I didn't see any cheese. Anyway, let's... Gonna make it over. Whoops. I skipped hitting the invisible blocks. Oh. Didn't realize that. Yeah, I guess I just slid into that. That's the privilege of playing in slow motion, perhaps. Oh, that's a squish once again. Okay, we'll try it again. Oops. Up we go. Eventually. Then, hopefully with a little more success this time. Whoop, there we go. A lot of things to catch me out, but we managed. We'll skip that. Ah, okay, and this is the area where the dry bones could potentially be hit with the POW. Okay. Managing so far. I guess it helps that I've seen what the mechanism down below was previously. Yeah, so now we prepare ourselves to mess around with the top team. Oh, whoops. No, they know what they're doing. Not going to get caught that easily. Nope. Rather too quick for that. There we go. Finally got one of you. Okay, didn't realize that was what that did. Well, there we go. Nope. Gonna be a little too crafty for that. Yeah, and we'll be coordinated once again together. And oh, so that's how that works. Okay. Yeah, you managed to wreck somebody there. Then... oh, that's much too early. And then, oh, nice dodge over there from Toad. Hang on. Well, we still have a second character to actually snipe up there, except, okay, we've got the skull platform thing down already, so never mind that. Maybe at this point, though. Nope. Bad timing. Okay. Not quite right. cautious play all around from the top team as they managed to get past the seasonal gate. So past this point, P-Switch is going to open up the gate for us both. And whoa, do we have a connection issue? We might. So will we see the balloon room? Well, we left in suspense here. Redbeard got dropped out. Okay, are we still able to see the balloon room though? But Redbeard had the disconnection. If we're still able to see the balloon room, we'll just do that and then call it from here. Okay. This is okay. We managed to get through the main bulk of the level and everything that did require the cooperative elements. Yeah, okay, I see what happened to the pipe over here, so... Right, we just needed to push each other in, and then... MMC! Okay, that's the balloon design. Yeah, totally didn't realize everybody else ducked in there. Also, we can definitely collect everything in here. Then, oh, missed that. Let's get back up there and see what's available. I'm totally missing everything. Oh, that's okay. We'll make one more crack at it before we... Yeah, there is a pipe up top. We'll try it. This time at least we're not replaying the level for additional keys, but... There we are, or not. I feel like... Okay, no, I feel like we need to bounce each other here. Oh, we're missing a player then, so... I don't know if we can gain sufficient height. Did you activate something? Are we able to gain enough height without our fourth? Ah, okay, dev exit on single player. Never mind then, okay. I think we were conditioned from the exit from the previous level to look for things like that. It's sequential jumps. Yeah, Redbeard, no worries, we got to the end. We managed to find a balloon room. You can see some very laggy footage of it here. As you can see, the connection has not actually improved despite your absence, so... We'll probably just bump out of here and say farewell to this one. And then, are we able to grab that? Yes, we are. So. I think we've seen everything. That is it for the 7th Mario Maker Celebration. Really glad that we got to give the multiplayer set a proper showcase. And once again, thanks so much for our extremely committed teammates. Redbeard and Natcat staying for all 3, Document staying for the previous 2, and Electro Dude, Mr. Sparky joining us at the end there. You know what? We're going to do one quick thing. We're going to see if anybody left comments, even if they took the developer routes on these. I feel like, yeah, they've gotten very few plays so far, understandably, just given the logistical obstacles to setting it up for most players. So unfortunately, we don't get to see the comments for having cleared the level. Oh, blank wall, okay. Over to Goal Gang. And what do we got for Sabotage over here? And yeah, Redbeard, that was a marvelous experience. Really glad to share it with all of you here, including the makers. Keto coming in just now, and Ronaldo having stayed for much of the stream before that. Yeah, I had a pretty good time with all of this stuff today, clearing the rest of the single-player levels as well as the multiplayer levels after that. That's going to be it for this stream, though. We muddled our way through to the end, despite various issues and delays along the way. And we made it, and we have all of the makers participating in this year's event to thank for that. So, really glad to see you all here. Did we actually look at the comments for the final? Yeah, no, we did, because there were a lot of the illustrations that were on Lecter's level, so I was just trying to remember if we had actually seen that. Anyway, that's absolutely it for today's stream. I will see if I can get on for viewer levels tomorrow at our usual time. That's certainly the intention. And we'll hopefully run a decent queue. Probably not a stream as long as this one has been, because honestly, I think we're kind of running out of juice here as far as commentary goes, but yeah, definitely an extremely unique experience. And just a very fun time for me personally. So we will scan around for a raid, and we'll pass you on to somebody else very, very shortly. So thanks so much for watching and for playing along directly today. And until we reach our next destination, which I'll select very shortly, whether you're going to bed belatedly or not, have a great weekend ahead of you. We'll see you around. Enjoy everything in these level sets that you haven't played yet, if you still have catching up to do. And above all, fare thee well.